Open this Board of Selectmen special meeting on this Tuesday, January 6, 2026. It is 5:05. I'd like to start off with some comments. First of all, congratulations to everyone on the board from an election standpoint, and a very big welcome to the two new members of the board. And I'd also like to take an opportunity to make sure the public is aware that I would like to appoint Steve Munno as my deputy selectman going into my second term. And I thank the public again. I've talked about it before. I am truly impressed with the number of people who came out to vote. It's really a tribute to Woodbridge. And thank you for, and obviously thank you for the decision that was made as far as the election was concerned. I'd also wanted to take an opportunity to alert the public and the people here that we've had a couple of retirement announcements, and I want to make sure folks were aware of it. Karen Crosby had announced her retirement a while ago. She'll be leaving in March. And Warren Connors announced his retirement. And Warren will be retiring at the end of this month.
Whoa.
So, yeah. So that's something that everyone may not know. So congratulations to them both. I've reached out to them both. We'll be obviously looking to, we're working with some groups in regards to the replacements, and but certainly there's a great debt of gratitude to both those individuals who spent many decades here with our town, and we certainly owe them a great debt of gratitude. So thank you to you both, and very congratulations, and wish you the well. And we hope that at our regular meeting we'll do something a little bit more, but I did want to make an announcement since this is the first time that we're getting together, and so everyone was aware of it. Another topic that you'll see, and I'm asking our residents and our public to please take note that the Hero Tunnel Project hybrid public meeting will be held on Monday, January 12th. There's an in-person open house from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the New Haven Fire Academy on 230 El Grasso Boulevard, New Haven. And you can also attend the meeting itself virtually from 6 to 7 p.m. And there will be information on our website with specific to this as it is something that obviously will affect us and our area, our particular business district area. This is a project specific to the Heroes Tunnel.
Do you know what they're planning? What's the basic plan?
I don't know. Because there were like 2 or 3 different options as to which one in terms of when it will start.
When it would start?
It's starting very soon. It's starting, from what I understand, it will start this year. I won't say this spring, but I know my understanding is a hope to begin that this year. But that's also been bantered about a few times, so I'm not sure if that's changed at all since this came out.
Okay.
That's the West Rock Tunnel?
It is.
The Merritt?
It is.
So for those people who can't attend, I assume, Mika, you'll put something in one of your monthly letters to explain to people who miss it, at least a
Yes, it'll
summary?
be it will be on the website, and we will send out news flashes.
Some kind of a summary.
Right,
for
that'll indicate what's happening, and
Yeah, Tony Valenci has a news flash going out with the information from DOT, which includes a way to register to attend virtually if you can't attend in person as well. And then we'll follow up with information for the public to link to.
and I'll have some additional information for our next meeting.
Great, thank you.
I also I was asked to let everyone know that there is also a community volunteer fair being held by the library, the first ever, at our center gym, from 11 o'clock to 3 o'clock on this Saturday, the 10th of January. And there is a Gospel Shabbat community service on Friday, January 16th at the Congregation Janae Backup on Rimmon Road. B'nai, I'm sorry?
Yeah,
B'nai
B'nai Jacob on Rimmon Road. And that begins at 6:30 p.m.
That sounds like fun.
So, any details on that, just let me know if you're looking for details, and we'll get them to you. Our next item on our agenda is our fire apparatus review, and we have Chief Sean Rowland and Jim Cahood here to make a presentation to us. To make it clear to everyone, this is, we've been talking about fire apparatus for quite some time, and the industry itself has just kind of gone crazy in terms of pricing and in terms of turnaround, in terms of apparatus and things of that nature. I know the fire department in particular has been talking about and working with a ladder truck from 1992, and when we were talking about it, one of the things I did say to the chief and some of his people were that rather than looking at brand new fire apparatus, which incidentally, after my having looked at it and talking to people who are familiar with this, range in price from 1.8 to 2.6 to 2.8 million dollars for those types of apparatus, that I would much prefer that they try to see if we can find something on a used basis or something that would that the town wouldn't have to spend that much money on. To that extent, that's something that they've done, and that's one of the reasons that Sean is here, is because what the chief is here is very specifically because these types of things, when they do come up, they need to have a quick turnaround if it's something that that you're going to move forward with. So it's important that we understand what we're looking for, why we're looking for it, and that's why Sean is here. The chief is here today, is very specifically to provide us information. The information that's provided, we can ask questions. The intent is for us next meeting, next week, to talk more in depth about this. This is really a presentation to present the information so that we have the information and we can prepare ourselves for what will be a more in-depth discussion and hopefully a decision as relates to what the chief is going to present to us. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Chief.
Thank you, Mika. So we had, we've been looking for a ladder truck, and our old ladder truck was a 1976 American LaFrance. Back in 2017, we had major issues with it. It was a 55-foot telesquirt, and at that point, we actually went out and were looking for a ladder truck at that point, and the prices for a brand new truck were about right around $800 to $1.4 million for a new ladder truck at that point. We were able to find one in Delaware, which we made a deal with them. We came back, Board of Selectmen agreed with, and the Board of Finance thought it was too much, and that was for $910,000 back in 2017. The association at that point went out and acquired a used piece of truck, a 1992, and as we go through, I'll go through it if you just let me start the slideshow. But let me just start off with what we do: fire, rescue, and other. So as you know, we put house fires out, building fires, car fires, stuff like that. Life and property rescue. Under rescue, we do search and rescue, rope rescue, and extrication. Extrication meaning car accidents, cut people out of vehicles, and the other stuff that we do. Hang on.
Did you want this?
Yeah, I'm using it.
Oh, shit.
We're trying to help.
That's okay.
Sorry, Sean.
No problem.
I can sit here by my advance.
Okay. So, yeah, basically, fire prevention and education. To go back up, who we are. We're 100% volunteer. We have 45 members right now, 45 firefighters. We have 7 juniors. The junior program has really exploded, which has helped us. Just so, giving you an overview of the juniors, they start at 14, they go all the way up to 18. Once they turn 18, they have to come out of the junior program, and we're getting them to join the department, which is great because we need the young blood to pull the hoses and everything else. So it's a really good program, and it's really helped us, especially during COVID. And over the last 8 years, the program's really taken off, and we've basically flourished from it, which is great. We're celebrating our 97th year this year, March 12th, 1929. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And our number one thing is safety, is paramount to us. Types of calls we go on. These are some of the calls we do go on: search and rescue, structural responses, rescue, stuff like that, chimney fires, just so we have an idea. These are actual pictures of calls that we were on. This is an interesting slide, just so you guys get an idea, because I hear that Woodbridge has such big trucks, they have a lot of trucks and everything else, but to give you an idea, if you look over here and you see tanker 8 and tanker 5, these are 2 tankers. Each one of these trucks carries 3,000 gallons of water. They weigh roughly 60,000 pounds apiece. Basically, why we have these and like Orange doesn't is because we only 10% of our town has hydrants, and the rest 90% of our town doesn't. So the majority of the time we're trucking water in, and if we have a big house fire or building fire, we will call for mutual aid for multiple tankers, which we'll get from multiple towns. So we'll probably have 5 to 6 tankers running at a good house fire. And engine 7 here, which was purchased back in 2015, basically it sucks the water out of these ponds, pulls it into the truck, and then it pumps it up to engine 3, which is the attack engine in the driveway. And also in the driveway would be the tower. So how we fight a fire, it's basically a 2-step process. We fight the fire, we go in, we want to put the water on the fire, but we also have to ventilate at the same time. So they go hand in hand. Otherwise, if we go in and we just hit the fire, we'll push the fire around and make the fire spread, where if we can ventilate and get all the heat and gases out of the house and out of the building, we'll be able to put the fire out a lot quicker and efficient.
Sean, I just wanted to point
Sure.
out that the ponds that are referenced here for someone like myself, who originally, when we looked at this, you might have remembered I asked, geez, we're pumping water out of a pond? And those are really more like small swimming pools that we use to be able to pump.
Right,
pump
so
the water.
these are 3,000 gallon ponds. We call them ponds. They're like swimming pools, like Mika said. They go on the side of the truck. When the truck gets there, we take the pond off, we spread it open, and then we take the water from the tanker and dump it right into the pond. So it's a constant loop that keeps going around.
And if I could, just to
Sure.
understand, why do you do that? So the tankers can start going back and get more
Yeah,
water?
so it's
Yeah.
easier for us to dump
Rather
it into
than
the
just go
pond,
straight,
rather than
yeah.
sitting there waiting for the tanker to be empty and then waiting for the truck to be empty. This way, we dump 6,000 to 9,000 gallons of water into the road, and we're taking it out while they're constantly doing their loop. So we don't want to have a whole lot of tankers sitting there and not doing anything.
Right.
And when we fight a fire, it depends on how big the fire is. We could be using anywhere between 1,500 and 2,000 gallons of water a minute. So a 3,000 gallon pond seems like a lot of water, but it goes really quick.
Okay, and one other question,
Sure.
Chief. When you talked about ventilation, what's the process for ventilation?
So ventilation depends on where the fire is located. We want to really vent from above, and if we're on the second floor, we're going to cut a hole in the roof, and we want to put it as over the fire as we can.
So it goes straight up.
We want to go straight up. If we have a fire over here and we cut a hole over here, the fire is going to want to go and travel and push out that section. So the idea is to cut a hole directly over the seat of the fire.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yep. And then as you see over here, engine 2 or engine 9 are pumpers. They go to the closest hydrants. So as the tankers come in, suck the water out of the hydrant, and we pump it into the tanker, and they start making the loop. And the reason why we put an engine there and just don't rely on pressure from the hydrant is because we can move water a lot faster by pumping it than waiting for the hydrant to keep feeding it. So we'll fill a tanker in roughly 2 to 3 minutes, where it may take 5 or 6.
And what, Rescue 1 is what?
Rescue 1's a support vehicle, so that carries all the spare air bottles, lighting, different types of equipment that we would use inside the fire.
Okay, thank you.
So
And
this
how-
is-
Oh, I'm sorry, one
oh.
other question. Tower 1 is the current tower,
Tower 1 is the current.
and what is its ladder span now?
It's 100 feet. So if we
Okay.
look at the next slide, here's the current truck.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So it's a 1992 Spartan. It's a 100-foot LTI tower ladder. It's 48 feet long, where the new truck that we're going to see in a little bit is 40 feet long. So it's 8 feet shorter, which is really good because it becomes more maneuverable, and you can get it at tighter spots. You don't need big spans to turn it around, and it's a lot more maneuverable. The cramp angle is a lot tighter, where when you turn the wheel, the truck will go that way, where the old truck you got to keep cranking, and it just turns gradually. Truck's currently 34 years old. Like we talked about, it was purchased in 2017 by the association. It's a town's only ladder truck. NAPA 1911, I'm sorry, I can't see it. States that apparatus over 25 years should be replaced or removed from service. The truck's unreliable right now. Right now, it's out for hydraulic leaks on two of the pistons in the turntable, and it failed pump test in May of 2025. The lifespan of this apparatus, rural apparatus, is 20 years. In urban, it's 10 years. Why is that important? We try to get 25 years out of trucks here, so we don't really hold to the 20 years. We go more to 25 years. And what we've learned over the past 15, 20 years, we usually have major breakdowns of about 24 to 25 years. And at that point, at 23, 24 years, we would be basically putting it into the budget and asking you to allow us to order a new one. And there are problems with that right now. As Mika pointed out, the lead time on trucks, on a ladder truck like this, is 4+ years out. And the cost is really high. This truck, we babied it, so we're trying to nurse this truck through until we can get a new one. This truck only rolled 65 times last year, where if we had one, it would have rolled well over 200 times. You could see in these pictures, I'm sorry about the Christmas lights, we were doing Santa at the time. But we have hydraulic leaks, as you can see underneath the truck. This is all hydraulic oil. This is what the truck is out for right now.
Sean, if you don't
Sure.
mind, you said it would normally go out over 200 times.
Yes.
How did you
So
navigate without it?
so anything for a structural response, this truck would roll. So meaning activated alarm, house fire, building fire, could be a rescue situation. So basically we would take the calls that we go to, and that would determine, we have running rules that are already stated what we go to and what trucks roll to what calls.
So for the 130 or so times that it didn't go out, were you unable to properly attack the fire or something?
No, so we were able to do it. It's challenging, but as we go through, I'll show you
Okay.
definitely the need for it,
Okay.
and I think that will answer some of those questions.
Thank you.
Truck replace, I'm
So
sorry.
one more, the failed pump test, is that the water pump?
Yes.
Okay.
Truck benefits, safety and reliability, obviously, technological advancements. So the technology in these trucks are incredible now, as even your cars are. So basically, and we're going to get into this later on, but the current truck now takes roughly 5 to 6 minutes with 2 to 3 guys to set up. And it moves a lot slower, where this new truck has auto level, so you would basically, the truck's gonna auto level itself, bringing the outriggers out, leveling the truck so it's perfectly level, and the pumps and everything are a lot bigger, the hydraulic pumps, so the ladder's a lot smoother, it goes up a lot faster, and we would probably set this truck up in 2 to 3 minutes compared to 5 or 6 minutes with multiple people. This truck could probably be set up with one individual, maybe two. ISO, so this was an interesting thing. We put this in there, just a blurb. I can't read it from here if you guys want to read it on your own and if you have any questions. But basically, if you have 5 buildings in town that are 3 stories or 35 feet or more in height, or 5 buildings are needed for a fire flow greater than 3,500 GPM, or any combination of these should need a ladder company. So we have multiple buildings that are over either 3 stories or over 35 feet in town. So we have grown big time since when we looked for a truck back in the 1970s.
And what do
Here-
they mean by ladder company? Is that just
So
mean
it's a
truck?
ladder truck. So basically, it's a ladder company, they call it. So basically, the guys, it's a truck company. You go onto that truck and you're throwing ladders, you're doing rescue and stuff like that.
So it's the truck and the
Yeah,
net
yeah.
or firefighters. Yeah, okay.
Here are some statistics back in the 70s when the town deemed it was necessary to have an aerial truck.
I'm
The
sorry,
pop-
you skipped over one thing.
Oh, did I?
About why it should be 100 feet.
Oh, I can't read that.
I only can because I'm looking at my little screen. Otherwise, I
To
couldn't read it.
receive the highest points in ISO, ISO is your insurance services offices, so we just went through ISO a year ago. What's our rating? Do you remember? It's a 7? Yeah, so we have a pretty good rating, and the ladder truck helps us. The other thing that dictates ISO, our ISO rating, is the equipment that we carry on the trucks also. So it depends on how much, the equipment that we carry and everything else that dictates what it is. But in here, to receive the highest points in an ISO evaluation for the ladder service, the ladder must reach the tallest building in the service area or be 100 feet long, whichever is less. So meaning, if you're like in New Haven where you have an 8-story building, but they have a 100-foot ladder, you're still making it up. Or in our case, we don't have anything that tall, a 100-foot ladder would most likely reach the tallest building in town.
So if I could just follow up, first of all, so 4 stories, how tall is that?
So we're talking about Fountain Street?
Yeah, I mean,
So-
how tall is that?
Fountain
Is
Street.
that 100
Fount-
feet or
no,
is it?
Fountain Street's not 100 feet tall. I believe that building is in the 50s.
Okay, just I wanted
Yep,
a sense of
but that's
scale.
50 feet straight up and down.
Right, and you have to go at an angle.
You got it.
I got that. Okay, but then the other question about you said you get a high rate. If it says the highest points, I'm not sure, is it 7 to, are you a 7, 8 out of 10 or
Yeah, it goes
12,
to 10.
or-
So like a Class A
Just trying to
department
understand.
would be, we'll never get to a 10. We can't get to a 10 because we don't have hydrants everywhere.
Okay.
So there's certain criteria, we're not paid, there's certain criteria that gets you up to a 10. We're probably, right now, with what we went through, we're probably pretty close to the highest level we can get right now.
And when you say for the ISO, that's not only, that insurance is not only for the association, but it's what the town gets? It's a
It's
rating
all
that
your
affects
homeowners
it? And I
insurance.
was gonna add, I was
Yes.
gonna say, when I
So-
moved into town, I remember my insurance company saying, oh, you got a great fire department. So it
Well, that's
affects
good.
the homeowners too. No,
Yes.
because he said
Yes.
he gave us a better rating.
Yes,
That's why I'm
it
asking.
does. So ISO is a big thing.
That was
So
27 years ago. I'm
Yeah.
not saying, so I'm sure you guys are still there, but
Yeah.
I just wanted for the record for anybody watching, it affects homeowners
it
too.
affects all your homeowners insurance.
Thank you.
These are some statistics from the 70s. So back in 1970s, we were about 7,600 people, 7,700 people. Today we're over 9,800. Call volume for the fire department at that time was roughly 100 calls a year. Today we're doing over 500 a year. Number of streets back in the 70s was 208 compared to 234. There were 2,200 homes. Today there are over 3,100. Commercial buildings in town were 70. Today we're at 414, which was surprising to me because I never thought there was that many buildings, but when you start looking at the lists and this and that, it's up there. So we do pretty good at that. Elderly housing back in the 70s, we had nothing. Today we have over 320 occupants. The new 55 and over Bradley Toll Brothers, those are 75 units. Amity High School was 150,000 square feet back then. Today it's almost 280,000 feet. Beecher School has had 3 additions put on since the 1970, and it's roughly 161,000 feet. And then 804 Fountain Street just got approved for 4-story 96 unit. So that one building right there is a bit of a challenge for the fire department, like we've talked about in planning and zoning, because we
More than
don't
a bit
have
from what I remember.
we don't have a. We're going to rely on a 1992 aerial truck to rescue people out of the 4th floor. Otherwise, we're doing ground ladders, which a 50-foot ground ladder takes 6 individuals to move. We have no way of putting it on a truck. Our trucks will not carry a 50-foot ladder. Our ladders and everything get tested once a year, and they have to be maintained, and there's a lot of maintenance to it, and we're going to get through that when we go through budget presentation. I'm going to show you exactly what goes on. But this is a challenge for us when we talk about 4 stories, because right now I don't feel comfortable using the 1992 ladder truck, which we're basically trying to get away with to rescue people out of a 4th floor window, and a 50-foot ground ladder is not an answer. You can see the assessed value back in 1975, where it is today, and the difference between where it is today. So the town has grown significantly since 1970.
Sean, just going
Sure.
back to Fountain Street, which can't believe it was approved despite our lack of ability to service it in this way. But I have heard in other municipalities, a development of that nature, where they've purchased a ladder truck for the town. The developer did, because they wanted to build so badly. So I know this developer only offered a ladder, which you informed wasn't good enough, which I understand. I'm probably asking the wrong person, but is there still a possibility that they could help offset the cost of, the developer could help offset the cost of purchasing?
I don't have that
A
answer.
truck.
That would more, I guess,
Well, it's approved. Why
Well,
would they have to?
It would have been, it would
it would
have
have to, it would have,
already been discussed.
be included in what was
Well-
approved.
There's still a chance it won't get built.
We expect an appeal.
I expected as well.
But
Okay.
this
Oh,
need
sorry.
goes beyond Fountain Street. That's a leading question. But like,
What?
would you be presenting this to us if Fountain Street was not approved?
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And we're gonna go through some slides to show you why. Just so you guys know, a residential fire doubles in intensity every 10 to 30 seconds. Temperatures could reach an excess of 1,800 degrees. So like I told you before, we ventilate just how you're seeing it in the pictures. So we still do this picture on the right here where we throw ladders up on the roof. We would still do that even with a ladder truck sometimes, depending on where the fire is located, if we can get the truck to the closest location. This is the safer way of doing it, where you're working out of a bucket with multiple guys, and it goes into why that's important right here. So construction has changed dramatically since the 70s. So we used to stick frame houses using 2x material and a ridge board, as you can see up here. Nowadays, a lot of houses and a lot of buildings are done by truss construction, where that ridge board does not exist anymore. Why is that important to the fire department? There's two main things. One, if you look to the picture to the left, that's called a roof ladder. You see those hooks on it? They go up and it's put over the top of the ridge. But without the ridge board being there, if there's a fire directly underneath us, which we have to ventilate directly underneath us, we're only relying on 1/2-inch plywood, which is mostly like particle board, like flake board now, where that OSB fails really quick because it's glue. It's got a lot of glue in it, so the board fails really quick. The ladder and the firefighters would go right through the roof. And there's videos that show that. The other big thing is on this picture over here, you see these plates on these trusses. These are called gusset plates. So when the gusset plate, when it gets hot enough at 1,200 degrees, these gusset plates will melt, fall off, and then once one fails, they all start to fail and they collapse. And that is a challenge in itself.
And my recollection is this was an issue when the first Toll Brothers came in.
It was.
Right? So, okay.
Yeah.
Good. I don't know if other people know there's another Toll Brothers. What's the streets again? I can't
This
remember
is
the name.
on
Marion
Lois,
Lane.
Marion,
and
Lois.
Lois and
Yeah,
Marion,
yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Okay.
Aerial truck is an important deal to do the job. As you can see here, this was some training we did over at Center School here. We could see these are 35-foot ladders that are being thrown up to, we simulated somebody getting hurt up on the roof, like a construction worker that we had to lower down using the Stokes basket and rope and everything. Which just to show you, on the new truck that we're proposing, the bucket would go up in the air, sit on the roof, and the Stokes basket, it's got a clip, you would stick it in. A Stokes basket is like a stretcher. You would clip it in, put the patient in, strap them in, and then we could lower them right down. So it would save an enormous amount of time and effort to lower somebody to get them help.
Well, it's safer too.
And safer for for us and for the person that was injured, the victims. 4 firefighters are needed to set up a 35-foot ground ladder, and 6 firefighters are needed to set up a 50-foot ground ladder. In a volunteer department, this is really hard to do when you got to take 6 guys to throw a ladder and keep moving it, and it's just not practical in a volunteer fire service. Even in a paid service, this is not an easy thing to do. These ladders weigh. These are not ladders you go to Home Depot and buy for a few $100s. These ladders usually run about $3,000 to $5,000. but they're heavy and they have stickers all over them for flame impingement, and they have to get tested every year with an incredible amount of weight. So these are heavy-duty ladders.
And I heard from somebody that if they're used once in a fire, they may not be
So,
usable again.
so it depends on what we're doing with it. If we're doing rescue, if we strain the ladder, we'll take the ladder out of service, and then it's gotta get tested by a third company to come in and do it. If there's flame that hits the ladder gets pulled out. There's stickers on the ladders. So if the flame hits it, the sticker turns color, and we know that the ladder needs to be checked. And most of the time, if there was flame impingement, the ladder's garbage, we throw it out, because no one will even test it.
Because it weakens.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And then on a scene, several additional firefighters to provide first aid to victims, tools, etc., meaning changing air bottles on the guys' air packs that are going inside. And we need additional personnel, especially in Woodbridge, for the tankers and pumps. So meaning we're moving water, so that's taking additional personnel. So we're using at least 2 guys to drive the tankers, and then another couple guys at the hydrant to fill the trucks and move them back and dump the water and pump. So we have an extra couple things that we have to do compared to other departments. Bethany is in the same boat we are, so Orange is in a different boat because Orange has a hydrant all over the place.
Can
all
I
over
just
town.
clarify, I apologize, but
Sure.
mutual aid, you have it with Orange and Bethany?
Yeah, we're gonna get into that. I'm
Okay,
gonna show you
okay,
our
fine.
mutual aid
Thank you.
agreements.
Thank you.
Yep. So these are some of the buildings in town that we would use, that we would need it. This is the sports center down on Bradley Road. You can see the size of this roof going all the way up. This is a truss roof. We would need to do it in here. The bowling alley, which has been here forever, this is a bowstring roof, which bowstring trusses are the first ones to fail and really quick. So by the time we get down here, usually the first truck rolls out. Once we get towed, the first truck rolls out of the firehouse in 5 minutes. And depending on where it is in town, we'd probably be on scene with a truck in about 7 minutes for this facility. So in the 1970s, 60s and 70s, the houses were being built were roughly 2,000 square feet, where today we have houses over 6,000. We have a house at 10,000 feet, just under 10,000 feet, and more than 15% of the homes in town are greater than 4,000 feet. So when you look at this compared to like down in the flats, these are like mini buildings. Some of these houses are like mini buildings. They're that big.
Yeah.
And then we also have to worry about what materials were used to construct the newer homes, whether they're trusses, panels, or what they may be. This is a video which I can't play because it's
Sean,
not.
just out of curiosity, how do you assess that as you're traveling to a fire?
We have a pretty good idea at the houses that were built basically from, I'm gonna say from 2000 on. As you go by, if you're in the fire service, you're looking at what construction's going on and how it's being done.
So you can
So
tell by the outside.
You can't really tell, but you have a pretty good idea if it was
Depending on how new it is.
stick framed or truss construction.
But you don't have like
No.
a record?
So we
Yeah.
do have Next Gen, which we use, and it will bring up some information, but it does not have the information on plans on the house or anything else. This is a video, and I can't play it because we don't have PowerPoint, but this is a drone video of Bradley Road. This is the new development, the Toll Brothers homes. So we have all this side, and then we have this side coming all the way down and around, which, once again, this is a lot of truss construction going on in here, and stuff that fails pretty quick. So this is where a ladder truck would be beneficial also to us. Let's see. Okay, so JCC, we had a fire here back in 2016. This building was built pretty good. This was steel and brick. I don't know why I keep losing it. So this building is steel and brick.
We have it on our-
Or
we have it on
steel and concrete. Back in 2016, when we had the fire underneath, even though this is a fully sprinkler building, we actually had a beam melt where it deformed the big steel I-beam, it melted, and it popped the floor, the concrete floor above, and they had to hammer that all out when they went to fix it, so, and that's a fully sprinkler building, just to give you an idea, but the idea here is, we face another challenge here, and you can see the solar panels up on the roof at the JCC. And this happens quite a bit, so if we look here, these are at, this is at Beecher Road School. This is over the pool area. This is throughout the building, so if we had a fire in here, we have to be careful of these solar panels, because if we go to a house or a building now and we have to ventilate or we have to get up on the roof, these panels are actually live all the time. So even at night, these panels hold a lot of energy, where if we were to break them or put an axe through them or fall on them, we're probably getting electrocuted. So the other interesting part of this is, if you know anything about solar, we have disconnects, and we'll see them as we go through on the next slide right here. So this disconnect right here, we would come here, shut that off, but that only shuts off the power going into the building. These panels still retain all that energy and hold it. So in a fire situation, right, if the fire was going pretty good, the light of the fire will still energize the panel and keep providing energy to the panel, even though it's not going into the building. So as you look up an I Jacob here, you can see a good portion of the roof is all covered in these things. Amity High School has some panels, not a lot, but Amity High School also has that fuel cell microgrid in the backyard, which is another thing that we have to work around and use, because that also produces energy. This is Amity High School, just so you have an aerial view, and I wish we had the video. We have a drone video, but you can see the mass size of the school here. And all these units up on these roofs, we've been up on these roofs because these sometimes malfunction, or there's a smoke condition, or these things could catch fire, which we'd have to get up there and put out. This would be the drone video. This is, if you guys have it on your thing and you could watch it, this is something I would really watch.
Yeah, it does work.
Yeah, we'll watch it later.
Yeah.
This is something I would definitely watch to get a magnitude. Yep.
That's one other question. You mentioned the solar panels, even if the master switch is off, would react to the light of a fire, but also if you responded in daytime, right, they would still be
Right, so
on.
if you respond in the daytime, the sunlight still energizes the panel, but even if it was dark, the panel still holds all that energy in it.
And is there a rating of it? I mean, as to how much, you know?
How much
for
juice is
the
in
threat
it?
to the firefighters, I mean, it's like, you know,
It's more
do
than,
solar panels
it's
pay
like
attention to that? at all?
240, right? Yeah, it's like 240 volts. It's quite,
The panels are all different, so it depends on the
Okay, it
manufacturer.
varies. You
Yeah.
can't- You can't know. Okay.
no, but it's more than sticking your hand in a socket.
No, I
can
get
tell
that.
ya, Yeah.
I get that. Which even that I wouldn't want to do.
So this is another facility, just so we know, when we start talking about these buildings, how many buildings we have in town. 330 Amity Road, this is 3 stories. This is the assisted living facility, the Linden. And as you can see in the backyard, this is how we probably go in with the aerial truck in the back. There's a back fire emergency entrance for us. But you can see the cars are parked here. There's a sidewalk, then there's some footage and foliage. Then there's a fence, and then there's probably another 20 feet to the building. So the truck would be way back in this section, and we would have to reach over all that to get to the 3rd floor to the roof. Senior housing on Lucy Street, we know about that. 21 Bradley Road, this is all wood frame construction here. This is over 88,000 square feet, built in 1998. These buildings are fully sprinklered, but once again, a sprinkler system is designed to contain the fire and give you the opportunity, hopefully, to get out. It's not to put the fire out. So I know there's a lot of discussion on a sprinkler system. We have it. We don't have to worry about it. You still have to worry about it. And it was proven at the JCC where I think 18 heads popped there and the fire wasn't going out. So
Well, and certainly also at Bradley Road, there are people who can't take the fire stairs as an exit.
absolutely.
They don't have the mobility to do that.
Absolutely. 225 Amity Road, the Willows, that was built in 1997, that had an addition put on, that's over 57,000 feet. 1 Bradley Road, This is 15 Research. This is down on the end of Research Drive. The JCC, which is 145,000 feet. Saloon, this section of the building, 245 Amity, is 33,000, over 33,000 feet. And then you get into the churches in town, Racebrook Country Club, even M&T Bank. So this is an interesting slide. This will show you like the angle. So Amity High School and some buildings are 45 feet tall because that was what the old zoning reg was. You couldn't exceed 45 feet, and I think it was 35 feet for residential. So if the building was at 45 feet, it would give us 81. We have to be 1.5 times the height of the building away. We should be 1.5 times away from the building. So if the building did collapse, we wouldn't damage the truck or hurt the guys driving the truck and operating the truck. So that would give us maximum reach of 81 feet. That's why we would need at least a 100-foot ladder.
And where does the 1.5 come from? Is that a fire
1.5,
safety
yes. So
standard,
1.5 is a standard. So your collapse zone is 1.5 times the height of the building. That you really should be away from it.
But just to clarify.
Now, does that
that's
happen
something-
all the time? Can you
Yeah.
do that? No,
Yeah.
but that's a recommended thing. If we could do that, that's what we should be doing.
Yeah.
Is that as a result of a particular standard, you know?
It is.
Associations?
That's what I was
Yeah,
asking.
yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
So maybe you could just provide us what that standard is.
Sure.
So for clarification.
I'll get that for you for next week.
Great, thank you.
Once again, the collapse zone again, here's, this was the old Bear Building down on Research Drive. This is a house that's in town, 35-foot height. The other important thing to do is this truck would actually go for chimney fires. We go to quite a few chimney fires too. And a chimney fire, what has to happen is, it happens in the winter, obviously, because we're not going to use our wood fireplace in the summertime. So the roof is all ice and snow usually, and we'd have to get up there with chains. And we drop chains down the chimney, and we knock the fire that's in the flue back down into the thing, and we have metal cans that take the fire outside to put out. So the guys are up on the roof in the middle of the winter. Mutual aid. So mutual aid, we have agreements with Bethany, Seymour, Orange, Prospect, Ansonia, Derby, Oxford, and Hamden. So mutual aid are supplemental manpower and apparatus. They are not frontline pieces. So that being said, so when we had the fire at the JCC, I'm just using that because everybody basically knows about that. We called New Haven. New Haven was not available to come up at the time. And I did talk to Mike Grant after, who was the fire chief at the time, and he said, we'd send you the ladder if it is available, but it's coming off of Grand Ave. So it's probably at least a 20-minute trek up Whaley to get there, even going lights and siren. We called Orange. It took approximately 20 minutes for Orange's ladder to arrive on scene. So what we had to do there is we actually had to shut operations down, shut the main water coming down that feeds the engines to be able to get the ladder up to where we needed it to stick the roof. If that wasn't a concrete metal building, we probably would have had fire blowing out the roof of that building. And the fire doubles in intensity every 10 to 30 seconds. Here's the truck we're proposing. So this is coming out of Easton, Mass. This truck is a 2024, 2025 truck. Reason being for the 2 dates. The cab and chassis is a 24, which is when it's built, and then they built the body in 25. It was between the 2 years. It's 115 feet long. It's an aerial. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, Sean, but with mutual aid, does it work both ways? So do
It
we
does.
also serve?
So we went out
New
last
Haven,
week.
Bethany,
We went
Seymour?
out last week to Bethany, and we went to Grant Drive. Do you know where that is?
Yes.
That's off of 42. The first
Yeah.
left off of 42. So that's a 17-minute drive from the firehouse over to there in your car. So it takes roughly 20 minutes, even when you go lights and sirens. It's probably 20 minutes. So once again, the first truck rolls at 5 minutes, so we were there in 25 minutes. So it depends on where you are and where mutual aid is coming from. Depends on how long it takes you to get there. But we do provide mutual aid quite a bit.
And does Bethany have its own set of engines and?
They do.
Okay. And is there any world where we can co-own this with Bethany?
No,
No, just never, never.
no, that
Okay.
doesn't, that
Okay.
doesn't exist.
Okay.
Okay, so it was delivered in 2025. It's never been put in service. It's sitting in an empty firehouse right now.
So how does that happen when there's a
So-
4-year wait?
We're trying to
For
get
a new
the
truck.
story behind it, but it seems like you're dealing with, I think you're dealing with a union, what I understand, and you're dealing with, they cut 11 firefighters out during the budget season. And I think part of the thing is they wanted to go to a different type of truck where instead of holding 300 gallons of water, it holds 500 gallons of water. And instead of holding 300 feet of hose, it holds 700 feet of hose. So there were different things when they had to consolidate manpower. This was part of what they wanted to do. So this truck has never been in service because the way I understand it is that they were going through all this at the time.
Sean, this one
Yes.
holds a little less water than the one you have right now.
No, this holds 300 gallons of water. The other one holds what, 5?
I thought it was
Is it
500.
3? Yeah, it holds 3. The water to us that holds on the 300 gallons of water, 500 gallons of water, if we were to put this truck up in the air, it's probably going to take every bit of that just to fill the pipe. So when we're talking 3 or 500 gallons of water, it's not a lot of water for us.
Not a big difference.
No, nope. It's
Just
gotta-
out of curiosity, this is at the site of the fire. I'm just curious as to what do you use the water for, and what do you do if it runs out?
So it depends on how bad the fire is. We use the ponds and we draft water and we start pushing water to engine 3 like we did in those first couple slides where it shows, and we feed the tower with the
Well,
water.
water from the ponds.
You got it.
Got it.
So,
And that's why the pump is that much more important, because you're pumping more.
Right, so on the other trucks that we have, the pump is 20, we carry 2250 pumps on the trucks. This is a 2,000 gallon per minute pump. The difference between the 2,000 and 2250 is not a lot. We used the standard was years ago, we used to be buying 1,500 gallon per minute pumps. And now they came out with a 2,000, now we can flow that much more water. So the idea is we want to put as much water on the fire as we possibly can at once to try to get it out so it stops the spread.
so if this truck has hardly been used.
This truck
does
has
it-
never been used.
So does it still have any warranties from the
Yeah, so
manufacturer?
if we look over here, yep, it's got a full warranty on the truck.
And what does that mean?
So that means, so it's not like your car where you have like 3-year, 36,000. So there's a warranty for each thing. So paint is, I believe it's 10 years, powertrain is 5 years. Then you have,
The bodies.
the body, structural
Unlimited
is
lifetime.
lifetime.
Hydraulics, that sort
Yeah,
of thing.
so there's
Everything's
warranties
separate.
on
Yeah.
every single item. It's not one particular warranty like when you go buy a car.
And-
It's got a faster setup, like I said, approximately 2 minutes compared to 5 to 6 minutes on the current aerial. This truck, so we started looking for an aerial, and this truck basically fell into our lap. And this truck hasn't hit the market yet, and they're holding it for us right now, which is very generous of them. Because we just bought a truck. The last truck we bought from the dealer up in Mass, so they are holding it for us. And I told them we're extremely interested in it.
Oh, so
it
the
doesn't-
dealer has it now?
The Easton still has it, but
Oh,
it's going to
okay.
end up at the dealer
I see.
in the very near future. This truck today, they bought this truck 4 years ago, and this truck was at the time was 2.25 million 4 years ago. If we were to buy this truck today, I wanted to know what that truck would run us. He said anywhere between 2.6 and 2.7 million dollars,
So why are they offering 1.9?
because they need to get rid of it so they can order a new truck.
So Easton needs the cash.
I don't really want to ask too many questions on it, but it's interesting.
But there's no issues with it.
No, there's no issues.
It's not like a lemon.
No, nope. Comes with full warranty. Rosenbauer backs it. Everybody backs it. I did see this truck, and truck looks really good, and it's actually coming down here. Right now, it's tentative to come down on the 16th.
For a test drive or just?
Yeah, so we've had a truck like this before in Woodbridge, and we drove it around and we tested it, and it works really well. I'm not gonna lie to you.
So what's the process to get a test drive? Do you have to put down a deposit, or what does it, how
No,
does
they're
that work?
they come down, they'll drive the truck down and we'll play with it a little bit.
That's what I'm asking.
Yep.
Try the ladder out, all those things.
You got it.
Okay.
And it fits. In our-
Yeah, so this truck is 8 feet shorter than our other truck.
Oh, that's right, you
So
mentioned.
it's really good.
What does it take to get rid of the other one? Can we get any money off of it?
So, yeah, so we're fixing it right now, which we have to because we don't know what the status of what we're gonna do here, but we're fixing the other one, and the idea is if we go to purchase this, we'd be looking to sell the other one or trade it in, and the money that we would get, which would probably be, I'm gonna say 20 to 30 grand, if,
Yeah, possibly,
if we're
yeah.
lucky, and to buy the equipment to put onto this truck.
So that would, we'd sell it back to the dealer basically, or,
If the dealer would take it, or we would have to sell it outright.
I see, and then, okay, but, okay. And what, so you're saying there are additional costs, for equipment for this truck?
No, so I'm gonna tell you, the 1.9, the 1.9 is pretty a solid number. It's not gonna exceed 1.9. I'm
Total.
hoping,
Including
Fully-
the
fully
gear.
equipped.
including everything, yes.
Okay.
Yep, so the lettering has to.
Including a new name on it, so you
That's
don't
right.
drive
So
around
the-
like you're in
yeah.
Easton?
Yeah, so the lettering has to all be replaced up here, down here. The grill is actually etched in. We have these on our trucks. Ours say Woodbridge, that says Easton, so we need to get a new grill, but that would be all included. And it would not be exceeding 1.9, so we'd not be looking for any money on top of the 1.9.
And can I ask, if
Sure.
you were to go out and order a new truck, does this have everything that you want?
If we were looking at a T-Rex, this would probably be a truck that we would look at, and this is how we would basically spec it. If we were looking for a conventional tower, which we were looking around, and this came out because it's brand new and the price is unbelievable. A conventional tower that we were looking at doesn't have all this. It doesn't have everything that's on this truck, and that truck would right now would run about 2.4 million. The reason why we know that is Orange purchased a tower truck 2 years ago, and their cost is 2.1 million 2 years ago, and they still haven't received it. They have at least another year. So when we checked around, a cost of a new truck would be a minimum of $2.4 million.
So, Mika, forgive me if I'm asking too many questions, but
No.
what's the
No.
difference between a T-Rex and the other kind?
So this truck, if we can go through, I'm going to show you. So here are some pictures of the truck.
Okay.
So you see this jib. It's called the jib.
Uh-huh.
This jib, it's interesting that we're talking about this now because this came up because of 804 Fountain Street. So remember we talked about how high I was talking about how high that parapet wall was?
Yes.
This truck has actually got an added feature where when you raise this ladder up, this truck up, stick up in the air, this jib can go 20 feet below grade. So basically, the ladder would go up and the jib would come down over the parapet wall and you'd be able to walk right out onto the roof.
Okay.
So it's an added feature that this truck has, which we weren't looking for at the time, but since this truck is available and it's at least $500,000 cheaper, we thought we should bring it to you. And this truck would serve us perfectly fine.
And you
This-
think you could get a minimum of 25 years out of this
Yes.
truck?
Yeah,
Maybe more.
maybe more. We're hoping,
With 25.
but on the average, it's
It's 25.
usually 25 years. This is a good video for you guys to watch. So if you go on YouTube and you watch Senator Hawley, and just type in Senator Hawley fire truck, he grills, he goes on and he grills the fire truck manufacturers. There's really three main truck manufacturers. They control 80% of the market. And he talks about it and he goes after them because we're all in the same boat across the entire country. The lead time is what's killing everybody, and also the price. So the lead time kills us, the price is killing you. So if we had a breakdown in our truck like we did years back where we were at a fire and the truck failed and we ended up having to push it out of the way and put another truck in to pump out a fire, we were able to get that truck in about 12 to 14 months. If we had a same problem today, we're looking at, just for an engine alone, we're looking at 2 to 3 years plus. And for an aerial truck, we're looking at 4 years plus. And the cost of the truck now, today, is, I want to say it's like 4 times the cost of where it should be. But if you watch him, he grills the truck manufacturers, and it's a good thing to watch, and what the lead times in and their profits are, and how they're holding everybody hostage in the fire service.
This lends credibility to what the entire industry is against right
Yes.
now, is up against right now. So this is absolutely worthwhile to take a look at, because it really summarizes, rather than going and looking at different articles. So
Tony, do we
Like
have
if we were to
money?
buy if we were to buy a tower truck, today, we're not gonna get anything under $2 million. That's pretty much a fact.
So for purposes of taxpayers, if you
Yep.
were to get this new truck, what's the status of your fleet? Does this mean that we're good for trucks for a while, or where are we?
So we have engine 2 that was purchased back in 2002 under, when you were first selectman, and that truck is coming up on 25 years. And when we get to the budget season, we're gonna talk about that, and we'll explain what's gonna happen there. So we have an option with that truck where we can save money again if we wanna do that, or we wanna purchase new.
Okay. And after that, I mean, you pointed out you have several trucks, so.
We do.
I mean,
So we
I
tried,
think-
which we have to get on some type of schedule where we either have a truck fund where, because remember,
Yeah.
if we were to order, say, a new engine today, right? Let's say
Yeah.
engine 2, right? We're not looking for money for the next probably 3 years, 4 years. We're looking at money year 4, year 5, year 6. So when you look at our capital budget, some of our numbers are gonna be out there. So the idea is, we wanna pay off a truck, like we're gonna have another truck coming off by FY '29, and when that truck comes off, we wanna roll into another truck, because that's how we would pay for it. But we have to start making decisions now, because the lead time on the trucks, we can't wait until the truck is 25 years old and we're failing, and we're 3 years out or 4 years out to get a new one. That's the problem we have.
Right, to that end, do you have a capital replacement schedule?
We do.
For all of your equipment?
Yep,
and
we
for your
do,
trucks?
and we're gonna
Okay.
present that in
the
another
budget.
couple weeks.
Okay,
Yep.
great, thank you.
And so Sean, you're locked into the price at the time you commit to the
No,
purchase?
not necessarily. So
Okay.
now there's what they're called escalators. So since the cost of trucks are going up so great, now if we were to say purchase engine 2 today for, let's say, $1.4 million, right? So we purchase it today for 1.4, we'd sign the contract. Now in 3 years, let's say in 3 years, 30 months, our truck comes up to be built, right? Now the cost of the truck goes up 15%. Now I'm gonna come back to you and say, okay, now we need another $150,000 or $200,000 because there's escalators built in, so now we have to make a decision. Now, at that point, we could say, nope, we don't wanna spend the money, but by doing that, now our clock starts back at 0 and we lose production line. So then, or we have to spend the money, or you have to find $150,000 into a truck, and today, you can't find $150,000 to take out of a truck, unless you're gonna start taking an engine out or a pump out. There's nothing big that you're gonna save. So that's why this is so tricky to try to plan for.
Okay, finances.
So, I ran some calculations for financing the truck. So the way we've historically purchased trucks has been to lease the trucks.
Yeah.
It's actually a lease purchase where you own it at the end when the truck is paid off. So the most recent example is 2020. We leased the truck, and we just made the last payment last month.
A fire truck?
Yes,
Or a?
Fire truck.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are other trucks, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
This is a fire truck we're talking.
So it was in 2020, and there was a payment. The payment was a one annual payment. Typically, the payment's in arrears, which means it's due 1 year after you sign the contract. So that's what these schedules are in here. It would be the payment would be due 1 year after you sign the contract, and then I have them listed here: the term, the interest, the rate, and these are just indicative rates. As of right now, we would actually when we have a schedule, actually go out to bid for these rates and get rates from several different banks and financing companies to see who gives us the best rate, and then go with that company. The other thing I want to mention is when you do a lease, the lease, we cannot bind the town for more than one budget cycle, unless it's a bond issue,
Right.
which is a town meeting vote. So if you're going to do the lease option, the lease has to have a non-appropriations of funds clause in it, which all of our leases do that are multi-year, copiers, postage machine. And what that basically means is in the budget process, if the payment does not get approved, then we do not owe the remainder of the lease. Of course, that also means they'll come and take the truck. So,
And it probably comes,
And kill
does
your-
it come with a higher percentage
with-
rate? Do you have to pay a higher interest rate?
no, typically they're,
Okay,
yeah, well, I don't know, because I always build that in, so I'm not sure what it would be if it was,
right.
if we were to borrow it on the market, 10 years, it's probably a little less, it's probably low to 3.25,
But you gotta
but you have
pay
to have
bonding
cost
costs.
to issue, correct,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah,
so-
so you're saying that right now we're paying 175,000?
correct,
So that if we went 10 years, we'd
It would
be
be
upping it to
235,
235?
correct.
Okay,
Right, so it's not a huge, from a cash flow perspective, it's not a
Right.
big gap.
There's some steadiness there.
There's, correct,
Yeah.
correct, right,
But we are paying considerably more in interest
right,
over that 10 years,
you are,
which I hate to do.
as compared to 5 years,
Yeah.
which is, we have historically done them for 5 years, but of course, they've been a lot less.
So
The
the
last
last
truck
truck
was
we
what,
purchased was
800,000
engine
maybe?
3, which was or I'm sorry, engine 9, which was just under $1 million.
Yeah, it was
So
it's nine-
it's
800,
more
900,000,
doing it. We've
yeah.
never had to break the $1 million mark, but
Wow.
no matter what truck we buy next, and engine-wise, it's gonna be over $1 million. We know that.
well, my concern is cash flow or taxpayer cash flow. Because Tony, I don't know if it's still in place, but there was a time when we were putting money aside for the public works trucks so that we wouldn't be going out to bonding when we had a certain steadiness in the budget
Right,
year to year.
we do that still.
Right,
Yeah.
In terms of, putting
We
aside.
pay as you go
Yep.
for a lot of,
Right.
a lot of the fleet.
So even if you can't do that here, I guess what I'm thinking of is, can you have at least a steadiness in terms of what the cadence is in payment on fire trucks? And so it would be important to understand sort of when the next one would kick in making a decision, and for how much, whether to go 5, 7, 10. Because what you don't want in a budget is a huge spike if you can avoid it. You don't want the money to have
No.
to spend the money first off, but if you
Right.
have to spend it, you want it to be steady.
Yep, I agree.
So.
The department and the fire commission has worked that, and that's exactly what we're looking to do in
Correct.
terms of
We're
identifying
trying
that
to
cadence.
have a level capital moving
Right,
forward.
and that's, I'm just
As
asking for
close as
that.
possible
As
from
Yeah,
a
close
cash
as
at the
flow
budget
possible.
meeting factor.
So we
in
don't
this
have
and
big
the
ups
other
and
one.
downs.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, the one thing you also want to consider is what happens in 4 years. Let's say we do order a vehicle. What happens in 4 years? What are the rates going to be like? What's the cost going to be like?
Right.
That interest, amount there is probably another 150,000 more,
Yeah.
based on 2.5 and as
Yeah.
opposed to 1.9.
Right.
And who knows if it's 2.5?
Jim, that's not my question. My question is how to smooth everything out
Right.
for
Sure.
for the taxpayers.
When we issued the one in 2020, it was 1.25.
Right.
Yeah. It was a
So
really
you never
good
know.
time. What a really good time.
Right.
You mean the interest?
Interest,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
The interest.
And then questions and answers.
So, and we.
We're already asking. Like,
I think we've gone through that, and as I say, I've asked the chief to participate in our discussion at our next meeting, to be present so that we can have additional discussion and we can get some answers at that point in time. So I know we've taken some time on this, and I thank you very much for that. And Maria, did you want to finish up?
I just wanted to ask, while we're taking that time, how long are they holding this for us? I know we have our
I'm
test
thinking-
drive in a couple weeks.
I'm
but-
hoping they're gonna hold it to us. I'm hoping we're gonna have it until the end of the month.
In keeping in mind the consideration aspect of what we're doing here, the information's been presented. The when we asked Sean in regards to looking to see if we can find something, when we need, see if we can find something that's less than brand new. And in looking at that, one of the challenges with that is obviously, if there is, you have to react quickly.
Yeah.
So in this particular instance, that's the reason we wanted to bring this to this. That's
So-
why we started out with this.
Right,
So
so
it has-
going on with that, so historically speaking, and it's not really, doesn't really work usually with the town of Woodbridge, moving fast with like a demo truck or a used truck, because sometimes they go really fast, and when, by the time you go through the process and go through the meetings, the truck is already gone, because you have other departments in other cities that will just pay it right out and move, especially down south, they move really quick. But put it in perspective, we read about another ladder truck. It was a 2006 for roughly $375,000. But the truck's 20 years old.
Yeah.
You're gonna get 5 years out of it, and then we're back in the same boat again. So when we look at it, this is a really good deal, because this is gonna carry us 25 years. We also get the truck immediately, and we don't have that long wait time, and we don't have escalators built into it, and we don't know where we're gonna be
And
in 4 years.
I'm gonna probably need 7 to 10 days to, get pricing, get the documents, get all
So-
the paperwork together.
So
And the
Board of
time, I'm sorry,
Board of
The
Finance
timing-
has not been
No,
looped
they're-
in yet.
you're correct.
Okay.
Now, the timing is, it's January. We'll be getting together a lot,
Yeah.
and it'll be with the Board of Finance.
Okay.
So the Board of Finance meeting is the day after ours next week.
Yeah.
This presentation will be provided to them. I've asked Sean about trying to get it to them ahead of time, but I do understand his point in terms of, as you can see,
I just
there's a
didn't
lot
want
of
to hand out the
explanation.
presentation without going
A
through
lot
it,
of
because I don't
explanation that
want
goes with it.
anybody to like, oh,
So-
I saw it, or skip over it, be like, okay. We really wanted to go through it so you guys understand what we're seeing.
So we can they can at least say, they can at least view what we've just seen, obviously. And they meet on the 15th, and then we meet as a group again on the 20th. So from a timeline standpoint, that's kind of what we want to keep in the back of our minds, because it's something that needs to be turned around quickly. If we're going to react to it or not, but we want a decision made, so we don't lose it because we didn't make a decision.
So Mika, we're able in the budget process to vote on this one line item.
Separate line item. We put it on
Separately.
the agenda as a
Okay.
separate line item for
Okay.
consideration, correct.
Great.
But
Correct.
would it be a
But-
line item for the next fiscal year or this fiscal year?
Next year. 'Cause
Correct.
we have to do 1 year after you
27.
sign the
And you
documents.
can do that outside of,
So that's the non-appropriations funds
Correct.
clause that I mentioned.
Okay.
That's a process we've historically used here, and I
Okay.
also reviewed that same process with Nick's firm, and they affirmed that in
We can
fact
do
is
that.
something we can do in
Okay.
accordance with our charter, and it's the correct process.
And just to
Okay.
make sure from a public standpoint, everyone's understanding what we're saying, we're talking about this being the 28 budget year.
27.
I'm sorry, excuse me, this is 26. 27 budget year.
Correct.
yeah.
So that's what we're
So you
trying
don't need
to.
any cash to put down at the moment you sign the documents.
Right.
It's 1 year after.
We do not.
Right, but you're committing it.
But you're committing it
before you
for
did
that year.
Correct.
The full budget has gone to the town, which
Correct.
would
That's
include this, so
exactly
that's
right,
why I
yeah.
was asking about the
Correct.
timing. Yeah,
Right.
okay.
Correct. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, and we'll
Thank you.
see you next
Great
week.
presentation. Could you bring back the 1.5 standard too? When we meet again?
Sean, I believe it's 72 units at the Toll Brothers down on,
Check again,
So-
Joe told me it was 75.
who did?
Joe.
Capucci? Yeah. I think it's been going like this a little bit in terms of what they're doing, so.
Thanks very
Thank
much.
you. Yeah, just send it.
Okay, yeah, just put it in when we, yeah, just put it in for the next time. Just, it's more for the public, that's what I'm saying. It just should be in there.
All right, see you.
Thank you very much.
Have a great night,
Folks,
Tony.
Tony was here specifically for this presentation, where most of
Be
our
free.
rest of our
Thanks,
agendas
Tony.
are things that we should be able to take care of. So, thank you very much,
Thank
Tony.
you. Drive safe.
And the next item on our agenda is specifically the, thank you, Andrea, is specifically the
Town officials.
town official
appointments.
appointments. So with that, there is a document in your packet for town official appointments. And we will, It should be, it's one of the last documents. If you
No,
go-
no, that's okay. I
Okay.
was just dealing with my new computer. I apologize.
Not a problem.
It's all very confusing.
And
but I'm
we'll
trying.
go over the
You got
first item on the list is the administrative officer, currently Tony Genovese. I'd like to make a motion to continue Tony, to appoint Tony into the position of administrative officer going forward. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion, any questions?
So administrative officer, for the benefit of the public, includes financial director?
No, this is the-
This
specifically
is just
the-
a personnel?
This is the administrative officer. What's interesting, and people don't necessarily understand it, it's a little bit more than just personnel HR.
Okay,
It's also, there's operations associated with that, there's projects, things of that nature. He's, it's along the lines of what he does.
okay.
So, but the title is administrative officer. It's a title that's in our charter, specifically in our charter. So it's one that we reappoint.
Right, and I would just say, I mean, historically, the charter doesn't specify, as Mika says, so there's some flexibility depending on the person as to how the first selectman and the administrative officer divide up responsibilities for day-to-day oversight. But it is, it's a flexible thing, but it is in the charter.
Right. The charter outlines the position, but doesn't define all of the.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It
duties
says you must
duties,
have one,
exactly.
but it doesn't say
But
what they do.
Exactly what they do, exactly.
So Mika, if I recall correctly, this used to be held separate.
I think the
Was
last
it-
person who had it was Joe Hellauer.
When Joe Heller retired, then that's when I think at that point I wasn't deeply involved, but my understanding is then they gave the job to Tony to try and consolidate it, but then they had an assistant administrative officer who was hired as Betsy Yagla.
Yeah.
Now we have Karen Crosby, I don't know whether her title is now.
Still assistant
And
administrative
so that's how they
officer.
ended up doing it.
So do you feel like this is a good, with being the director of finance, and do
I
you think
feel-
this works?
I feel it works for the time being, and it gives us time to do what I think is necessary, and that's to bring in a person who has a full-time position as administrative officer. But
And we
it
can do
provides
that
us, and that's a
within the-
discussion Tony and I are having at this point. We're already having those discussions at this point.
Well, and you have Karen Crosby retiring.
Correct.
Who is assistant administrative officer.
Correct.
So what you're saying, this is for now, but there may be some changes down the road.
Exactly.
And we can make
Changes
those
and-
changes within the term?
Correct. We
Okay.
can make changes as long as, we just have to retain the position of administrative officer.
Okay, thank you.
So, but
can-
there is some latitude in terms of what we do with the other positions, finance, et cetera. And it's important that we also consider that Tony is at a point where he can retire. He's making his numbers as well. So it's something that we really do need to plan for and come up with something.
Okay.
If I could also add, I think this will come up in the context of charter revision, but I think it's appropriate during our charter revision to look at the qualifications and eligibility in terms of all the town officer positions. So, we'll be talking about that later, but I will be bringing that forward as something that we look at when we do charter revision.
Any other questions or?
Nope.
All in favor? Motion carries. Next appointment would be the building official. It's Robert Dillon. We verified that he has all the credentials and/or certifications that are required for the position. It should be known that Mr. Dillon is also we share him as a resource with the city of New Haven, where he has been doing this job for quite some time. I can tell you from my perspective and my personal workings with him, that certainly he enjoys what he's doing with Woodbridge, and he does a good job.
So is it part-time, a part-time
Oh,
salary?
I'm sorry, I should have before. It is a part-time salary, correct.
And can you just explain the years? So his term, because this says 2024?
Well, wait, can I just suggest, you
We
didn't
make
get a
a motion.
second. You
Oh,
need a-
I'm sorry.
You need a second.
Yeah,
Okay.
we need.
Second.
Okay.
Thank you.
Apologies,
Now
thank
we're in
you.
discussion.
No,
What's this column with the years?
that's generally when the term expires.
So
Or-
he wasn't reappointed last year?
I'm not sure
Because
if
it
it
says
didn't occur
2020.
or if the roster was incorrect.
Okay.
I honestly don't know if that's what the situation is with that.
It's a four-year term, he was last appointed, I'm not sure with that, but it's a four-year term, and I spoke with Kathy and Bob, and he is up at the end of last year.
2025.
End of 2025.
Not 2024.
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, it's 2026, yes. And so these columns are from the original roster. I was trying to like isolate who needed to be appointed and didn't take on.
No problem. I just wanted.
Can I just, for under discussion, when it says he's our building official, is he fully qualified for the new scope of construction that has just been approved and is contemplated in this town?
Considering his experience in New Haven and the fact that he works there as doing the same thing, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
But, I mean, for the record, that's important.
Yes,
It-
I
It's
completely
it's
understand.
important. So, okay.
Questions? All in favor? Motion carries. The next item on the agenda is the enforcement offer, TPZ and IW in inland wetlands, and that is Christine Sullivan. I will make a motion that Christine Sullivan be reappointed to that position.
Second.
On this one, I am intending to vote no until I have an answer to why Ms. Sullivan posted the notice of the hearing that was last night. She specifically requested that New Haven Register post the notice of that hearing on Christmas Day and on New Year's Day. And that is on our website, that is the letter that she sent in. So I will be voting no pending answers on why that happened.
If I could just add, not to speak for you, but sharing the same question, I think it's a particularly important question given the experience we had around this time last year with a TPZ hearing posted, what was it, the day after Thanksgiving or the day? and
Day
all-
of, yeah.
Day of, and all the negative response we got about that.
Anecdotally, I can tell you that, and this is something I can check with our local newspaper, with the New Haven Register, and they can confirm the information, or you can ask them, also ask them. But anecdotally, the papers are read more on holidays than they are not. I don't know, and I can't comment that that's the reason that she did it, that's her reason for doing it, but I can tell you that we have identified that that was something that was done twice. The first time we thought it was just happened to be based on the number of days that were associated, but being that the letter indicates that that's the day that it should be, we will be having conversations with Christine very specifically to say, from a town perspective, from our perspective, that's not acceptable. We won't be doing that going forward.
Well, and the paper may be read more, but I doubt the legal notices within the paper are read more carefully.
Well, I have a question.
On
Did
Christmas.
those dates, because both holidays fell on the same day of the week, which I imagine newspapers all have a similar deadline week to week, were those posted because by law they had to be so many days from, what, like, did that fall
I
within
can-
those
I don't have the answer,
parameters?
and pending an answer, I'd like to vote no.
I can tell you that Christine does do it based on, in having conversations directly with Chris. It is something that she does. She looks at the date, that the thing, and she goes back.
And backdates it, and then looks at the.
What's the minimum? However, that's
That's a
not
minimum.
necessary.
Correct, that's the
That's
minimum.
not necessary, right.
So
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I was just gonna say towards the minimum. I was
Yeah,
thinking
and,
minimum.
and so the concern from my seat is that the public responded and reacted very strongly the first time that happened, and here it did happen again. It wasn't the same outcome. The meeting last night was very well attended.
Because there was social media
E-
promotion of it.
But as a public servant, you work for the public, and if the public wasn't
if I'm
happy
gonna
with
vote-
something, you have to adjust your practices.
Right, my concern is, was she following the law and also following what the newspapers needed from her, given the time that she was told that or not? But I think that's what your question is.
And I have not had the opportunity to speak to Christine specifically on this. I have had the opportunity to identify that it's a practice that we can dictate how we do, and we can make sure that it doesn't happen again, and that's something that'll take place. And I can also indicate that obviously it did not impact the participation of the public in the second notice.
It was
So,
also on the public calendar and sent out as a notification from the agenda center with
Yes,
the
we're
new
not-
legal notice one
We
too,
don't need
so.
defense of that. I'm just,
And both of these are regular meetings.
no, yes.
No.
This one
With-
here,
with-
this one,
This was a
the
s-
first one was indeed a regular meeting. It was the
The-
first
No, no,
Monday of
both of
December.
them were public hearings where the public is specifically invited and in fact required to have an opportunity to speak. as opposed to your ordinary TPZ meeting when
Okay.
no public comment is allowed.
I-
There is no public comment in
I-
ordinary TPZ meetings.
I just.
I understand that the date, I thought you were asking about the
I
dates.
was asking about the
And they were
date.
at the regular meetings. They were
Yes, that's
both
what I was
At the
asking.
regular meetings.
So they weren't dates that changed. Maybe the nature or the structure of the meeting, but the dates weren't.
But as I said, the significance
I
is the
understand
public
what
is
you mean. I
not,
just
is
wanted to
not
clarify
asked to
for my own
comment.
Yeah.
You know,
understanding.
so they
that-
ordinarily wouldn't show up for public comment, is what I'm saying, for the public.
Right, but they were not changes to a regular meeting time.
Wasn't a
when
special
TPZ
meeting
played it,
notification
plans
or
to meet.
something
That
along
was
those
just the only question I had. I thought so, but I wasn't clear.
Mika, is it in our charter that the enforcement officer is for TPZ and inland wetlands?
It's not a charter item. Those were
That's just how
combined,
it-
those were combined positions as a result of through attrition,
Okay.
as a means by which the town can
And do we
optimize.
feel like that's functioning well?
I feel like Christine could use some help, and I've started conversations with her to understand exactly where that can come from. And Tony and I will continue that. You know, we did at one point, for example, we did at one point provide and pay for a scribe, a secretary to take minutes. That's a responsibility that Christine now has. And even yesterday, it was, it takes a little longer because of what she's doing. The job requires a little bit more. There's more coming down the pipe that we expect. So there may be more challenges, so it's something that we will be looking at and identifying what we need to do or what we should do in terms of making sure that the performance is she can perform at the optimum level that she's capable of.
I think of note, and just even from my time on Board of Education, I think when budget seasons occurred, I think to preserve our fire, police, our school systems, I feel like town hall took the hit several times on this with personnel. And, people left and jobs were combined so that services, that the other town services could move forward and get the equipment, the teachers, what they needed. And so I think that served us well for a certain period of time, and now there's a lot more going on in town, a lot more that we're doing, and I think overall, we need to look at town hall and to look at who we have, the personnel we have, the jobs that we need, and we need to make sure those are matched, and that everyone has the proper support for many of these things that are coming before us today. And just to keep that in mind, it may not be individual people, it may be a system that just no longer works for us. And we have to find both the personnel and the budget and the organization to support what we need going forward.
Christine works very hard. She's got a lot on her plate in terms of the responsibilities that she's responsible for. So I think it's appropriate and it's timely for us to start having discussions, see what we can do to help her.
I think it's going to be a busy 2 years for us to get that work done.
I agree.
Any other comments?
A general question, does town hall have a system for receiving or filtering, complaints, or are there performance appraisals, check-ins? And I ask because I have received some.
Yeah.
I have received some.
Formal process has not been, to my knowledge, in the 2 years that I've been here, I've not seen a formal process for that, for appraisals, et cetera. There are department managers who meet with their people and may give them informal type feedback and appraisals. However, that is something, as we mentioned when we were talking about the administrative officer, HR is part of that, and that's something that we may want to pull out of it and actually have separately so as to be able to implement these types of things. Again, it has a lot to do with the budget, so we're at the right time of year to start talking about these things. And I am working very closely with Tony at this point in time. We do expect to present to this board and some department, including town hall, changes as far as organization and jobs and titles are concerned.
I think that would be helpful because I do think that going forward, this board should really have a review of qualifications and performance of every town-appointed official.
And that's, I think, what Steve was alluding to earlier in terms of making it something that we do as a practice and is
Yeah.
required.
Yeah, it
So-
doesn't have to need to be in a charter, but, you know, the description of the job may be flexible, but there needs to be a more standard practice of
Yes.
qualifications and performance review. Okay.
Anything else? All in favor?
Oh, no, sorry.
All-
I'm a
any-
no.
Any opposed?
Yeah,
Thank
sorry.
you. Next item is the census taker, and this is generally a responsibility that's given to the town clerk, the lead town clerk, in this case, Kim Ryu. Make a motion that we appoint Kim for the next term as our census taker.
Second.
So there I have a question. How was Kim brought in as town clerk? I'm not familiar with that. Was
How do you
there
mean?
was it advertised, or how was she selected?
There was I don't know if it was advertised. I can't speak to that without Tony. Tony would to know that specifically, but I know that at the time that Stephanie announced her retirement, there was consideration given. We have to post a job, and Kim was obviously her assistant at the time.
So she was already working for the town?
She was,
Okay, okay.
and she was recommended by the former town clerk as being,
So Stephanie Charleglio gave the equivalent of a performance review sort of
Correct.
endorsement?
correct. A very
Okay.
strong endorsement, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And census taker, do we have to appoint her as town clerk too, or does that
No.
not come up in the
She's
same
already,
year?
that doesn't come up in the same year.
So it comes up in a different year? Is that what happens?
The census taker is a 2-year term and town clerk, I believe, is 4-year term.
Thank you.
Additional questions? All in favor? Motion carries. Next is the assessor. I thought was also already on a 27, is the expiration.
No, so, the assessor was in the charter that has to be appointed, but it wasn't on the roster as an appointed position, and I went through the charter. So we listed it here, and it is a 4-year term, so 2027, you would be appointing now for a 4-year term.
Was she hired in '23? Is that why you're saying that?
I don't know when Marcia was hired. I know that the charter requires you guys to appoint an assessor, but that wasn't on the list of appointed positions.
It wasn't done in 2023.
I'm not sure when the last time it was officially appointed, because it wasn't on the appointed section of the roster.
We
So
can ver-
why 2027 if it's a 4-year term? Why just 2 years?
The date in the column, the middle column, the dates, I was copying and pasting to try to
Okay.
get this together, so I have the length of the term, and then I'm gonna put the
Okay,
the
so,
post-dated term after they're appointed today for however many years, and it will be updated on the roster with the town clerk.
so the
This would be
proposal
3.
is a 4-year term ending in 2029.
Nine.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And if I could, again, lack of familiarity, when was Marcia retained and how was she found?
It was prior to my being here, as opposed to Kim, who was during the time that I was here. So I can't answer your question. And I know that she left when she was hired after Betsy Quist left, which I believe was about 5
And
years
I think
ago.
what you said means the charter, there's some of these that are listed as like appointed officials in the charter, but are also like salaried positions people are hired to do, which I'm assuming at one point in the time back in the day of the town, it was both. Like, so I don't know when Marcia was hired as assessor, but you also have to appoint an assessor and every 4 years. I don't know how that works in conjunction, but I just went through the charter before this. I wanted to make sure everything that needed to be technically appointed was appointed.
I believe she's been here since 2020, and she was an assessor in other towns previously.
Okay. My computer just
And again,
is saying.
I'm
should
sure
have
Tony
power,
would know this in more detail.
Don't understand that, why that would be necessary. There it goes. Okay, timeout. Okay.
All right, any more discussion for assessor?
Anything else? All in favor? Motion carries. Next is the treasurer, 2-year term. That was selected this time 2 years ago. I make a motion that Matt Giglietti be retained and reappointed as treasurer.
Second.
Any questions or discussion?
No, but just for the record, Matt Chiglietti is the same person who was our Board of Finance chairman for 30-something years.
Indeed he was.
Okay.
Anything else? All in favor? Motion carries. Assistant Treasurer is currently, the current appointee is Joseph Dean Salato. I will make a motion that Joseph Dean Salato be reappointed as our Assistant Treasurer.
Second.
Any idea how long he's been doing that job? How he
I
was-
only know that he was appointed since last time, because we appointed him last time. So prior to that, I'm not sure.
I think he was also the assistant treasurer
At that time?
prior to that too.
Okay. I don't recall. Questions? Comments? All in favor? Motion carries. The next one is the tree warden. As mentioned earlier today, Warren Connors is expected to retire, so we do have a TBD. Tree warden deputy is Adam Parsons, who will assume those responsibilities once Warren is gone. But for the time being, until such time as we hire somebody, I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Warren Connors until such time that he does retire as our tree warden.
Second.
Has Adam been to tree warden school?
He's not been certified.
Okay.
And that's
So
one
he
of the
will-
concerns that I didn't want to
Yeah,
appoint
that's
Adam as
smart.
tree warden.
Yeah, because that's
So-
against statute,
Mhm.
so.
But he can assume general responsibilities in his role as deputy tree warden
Okay.
without the certification.
Okay, and is your plan to wait to hire Warren's replacement, or just have Adam pursue that?
Adam needs to want to pursue that, and
Okay.
we're waiting to hear from him if that's what
Okay.
that's what he
That's
opts
fair.
to do.
Yeah.
You know what I
Okay.
mean? So,
Okay, cool.
but yes, it would, if he was open to it, that's what we would do, and then we would reappoint a deputy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? All in favor? Motion carries. Tree warden deputy, I'd like to nominate Adam Parsons as our tree warden deputy.
Second.
Questions? All in favor? Motion carries. That completes the town officials. And it'll take me a moment to get back to my screen here.
Now we have regional.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So,
Regional is next. Where's that?
I don't see a sheet.
I don't see a sheet for regional either.
It was on one, today, hold on, I have, there's only 2 regional appointments that are up right now, I believe.
Oh, you could just tell us.
Yeah,
Yep, there's 2, it's the Cablevision Advisory and, the
the,
Quinnipiac Valley Director, Board of Directors. So there's only those 2 regional ones that are up. And I can send them.
there is a third, there's the West Rock State Park Advisory Council, but we're working on that as we speak, so that wasn't one that was going to come up today anyway.
Okay.
But the Cable Advisory Council is specific to Cablevision of Southern Connecticut. These folks meet on a quasi-regular basis. They meet 2 or 3 times a year, not more than 4 times a year. We had appointed, the current appointees are David Bryce, Cindy Parrish Gerber, who's been on this for quite some time. David Bryce started in '24, I believe, with Noah Chernow, also started in Chernow, thank you. Chernow, thank you. Started in '24, and we're looking to renominate the 3 of them to continue their work on the cable. This is one of the more important elements of this is that some of the grant money that we receive from a technology standpoint that works toward doing this comes from Cablevision. And as part of that, they have regular meetings with the town representatives to review what's going on, what's needed, and that's why we continue to, things have changed in the many years that this has been going on. Cable isn't what it used to be, and there are more companies. Cablevision still operates this. Cablevision still offers grants, and so we continue to go along. It's not a heavy lift for these folks. They are David Bryce and Cindy. Cindy's been doing it for quite some time. David Bryce he's also going to be a nominee for our GATV commission. and so you have his resume and can see that it's consistent with what this requires.
Are these paid positions?
They are not.
Oh, we need a second. Do we need a second?
No,
I guess we haven't had a
we haven't had a
motion.
motion
Okay.
yet, so.
Okay.
I'm going to propose that do we want to do these individually?
No, we can do all
I
this.
was going to propose that I'll make a motion that we nominate David Bryce, Cindy Parrish Gerber, and Noah Chernow to continue in their appointments for the Cable Advisory Council Area 2, Cablevision of Southern Connecticut.
For what, how long a term?
They're
Two-year
terms.
terms.
I
For 2
confirmed
years.
with the rep from the Cablevision, because
Thank you.
a lot of this we're learning and going back and trying to clean up. So it is 2-year terms. We
Okay.
appointed them, Andrew,
Yep.
last year because we were behind a year. So they do need to be reappointed for an official 2-year term starting in January.
Okay.
So I'll second that motion.
Any other questions? All in favor? Motion carries. There is also a 1-year term associated with the Greater New Haven Water Pollution Control Authority. The current appointee is Jeff Ginsburg. Spoke with Attorney Ginsburg, and he did advise that he is actively engaged and involved with the group on this committee, and would like to continue his role on the committee, or as a representative for our town. So I'll make a motion that Jeff Ginsburg be reappointed as a representative for the Greater New Haven Water Pollution Control Authority.
Second.
So just for discussion purposes, as I mentioned to you, Mika, I would appreciate it if at some point Mr. Ginsburg came and updated us.
I spoke to him about it, and he's agreed
because
that he would.
The New Haven Water Pollution Control Authority, last I knew, was under consent decree for violations of the Clean Water Act, and the whole issue of sewer expansion and sewers is relevant to our town these days, so I think we ought to get an update.
Good idea.
I've spoken to Jeff about it, and he's agreed that he would do so.
Great, thank you.
So we'll probably look, depending on our agenda, toward the end of the first quarter or beginning second quarter.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All in favor? Motion carries. And,
You mentioned
The
QBHD.
Quinnipiac Valley Health
Quinnipiac,
District.
there it is. Yes, Richard, Quinnipiac Valley Health District Board of Directors, our representatives, Richard Martinelli, Dr. Richard Martinelli, and Roy Ivans are our current appointees. They have both agreed that they would like to continue. So I'll make a motion that Richard Martinello and Dr. Martinello and Roy Ivans be reappointed as to the Quinnipiac Valley, as our representatives to the Quinnipiac Valley Health District Board of Directors.
Second.
Is that a 3-year term starting now? I mean, it's just a little confusing with this roster that I have.
I don't know. I have no.
So for whatever a
information
term
on
is
that.
appropriate,
We'll confirm what the term starts and make sure that we notify everyone, but yes, it's either last year or this year. We didn't reappoint them if it expired last year.
but do we even know if it's 3 years?
The term?
Yeah,
The term information I feel pretty confident about,
okay,
yes.
all right, thank you. So
That's not
just-
where we've had mistakes.
Okay,
so,
thank you. No,
You're welcome.
Just for clarity.
So, any other questions?
Again, I just, at some point, it'd be good if they gave us an
Mm-hmm.
update on what their work is working on. As
I
I
haven't
mentioned
spoken
to
to them, but I
Mika,
will.
back when I was first selectman, they were figuring out how to address a smallpox outbreak. I expect QVHD is focused on other things, but it would be helpful. They also have a role with septic systems, a very important one, so it'd be good to hear what they have to say. A little bit.
And there's a
about
lot
the
going
work.
on with, I don't mind saying, there's a lot going on with QVHD.
That's what
uh,
I'm saying. It would be good to,
Yeah.
good,
Just
just be
in
good to
terms of
be an
their-
update.
Just in terms of their performance.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Thank you.
Allison, please make a note of that if you would. So, I definitely want to reach out to them and get and Roy in here, and I know he won't have a problem with it. So,
Just
all
to
in
have an
favor?
understanding, yeah.
Motion carries. Okay. Next item on our agenda is our board and commission appointments. Resumes are in the package.
Why do I have to add a group name?
you just X out of that.
Okay,
Yeah, you must.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. And I dropped off two,
They're in there.
okay, I just want to be sure that they're in there. I see Swanson, but I don't see Lober. Okay, it's in there. Okay, great.
Do you want to start with the Agriculture Commission?
Yes, yes. There are two Agriculture Commission appointments that need to be renewed that have expired. Robin Stewart and Rachel Holden.
I'll make a motion to renominate Robin Stewart for a position ending in the term 2029.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
Would you like to nominate your candidate?
Yes, thank you. I'll make a motion to nominate Rachel Holden for her second term on the Agriculture Commission, ending in 2029.
Second.
Questions?
Questions? All in favor? Motion carries. Board of Ethics, there are two.
So can I just ask a question? So,
Please.
when I've done Robert's Rules before, you put all the nominees out, and you have all the nominees, there's their nominations, and then you vote on individually. No, individually. So I'm just asking what's the right protocol here, whether we put all the names out or whether we do one at a time?
For
I'm
each
fine.
board, you mean? Or
No, yeah, so you would do all the nominations, yeah. I'm just asking.
I don't know.
This is the process that we followed in the past.
Well,
Okay.
and looking at what we just did on the regional appointments, I mean, there was an instance where we nominated a group and approved a group, and instances where we've nominated individuals. And so,
Is there any,
and I think what we've done previously is nominate an individual and vote on the individual and then move to the next nomination.
Okay, I'm just asking, because I have not done this in quite a long time.
Yeah, we have some flexibility here in terms of, what's gonna be most efficient to get through the list.
I think where we know there is no controversy, it may be helpful to put two names forward, and
Sure.
but however you guys want to do it.
Yeah, and if it's helpful to note, yeah, the minority representation requirements. This was a Board of Agriculture as a commission that has 5 appointed positions. Only 2 came up. There were 3 remaining members who are on through 2027. In terms of the representation, we didn't announce what their affiliations were, but as it stands now, following these appointments, there are 2 Democrats, 2 unaffiliated, and 1 Republican serving on that commission.
Thank you.
If you want to go over, I'm happy. We have all that information in front of us. I'm happy to make that clear for the public.
No, I
if
don't
that's
think
what
that,
you-
only, there will be a couple of places where it's an issue, but otherwise
Sure.
not. I think we all want to be efficient.
Understood.
our next board is the Board of Ethics. There are 5 members of the board. Two positions are expiring or have expired in 2025. There are 2 members of that. There is a renomination for Rona Shapiro, and there has been a recommendation to nominate Frank Cappiello as the 5th member in place of Andy Esposito.
Our retired police chief, yes.
Yes. So
I'll second, well, is that a motion?
I
or
will
is
make
that
I will make that motion.
We'll make a motion for both appointees, or do you want to do them?
That's
together?
fine.
Yeah.
And I'll
Okay.
second that.
Do we know Frank's
Party affiliation?
Frank is unaffiliated.
Okay, thank you.
Unaffiliated.
Yeah, it was wrong somewhere. He's unaffiliated.
Any
But he's
questions?
representing the minority.
No, but also,
Sure.
that's
If you're
what I'm
bringing
Yeah.
you're bringing him forward.
Yeah.
That's why
you
we're
would-
asking, so I
Yeah.
can make sure we're in the minority.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
So he's ours.
Well,
Yes.
Yeah, if it's easier
just
to
as
do
a
it
process
separately.
question, though.
That's fine, then if you want to do it separately,
No,
that's
that
fine.
that is only why I offered it, because I know
That's
it has
fine.
come up.
That's fine.
I don't mind, but I know that in looking through histories of who's nominated who, I know it can be.
That's fine,
challenging.
then why don't we do it that way?
Right.
All right, so you have put up,
We are
Ro-
renominating Rona
Rona
Shapiro.
Shapiro.
I will
Withdraw.
withdraw my motion and make a motion that we renominate Rona Shapiro for the position of for a membership position on the Board of Ethics.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor? Thank you.
And I'll make a motion to nominate Frank Capiello, our retired police
Police chief.
chief. I got this fire on my
Second.
mind.
Indeed.
Retired police chief, who's an unaffiliated voter.
Maria
Seconded by
yes.
Maria. Any questions, any comments? All in favor? Thank you. The next board is the Board of Finance with 6 members, three of the positions expire in 2025.
And we are looking to reappoint all of those people to their positions.
Correct.
So I will nominate,
You can do 2.
I'm going to do this together, our 2Ds, Beth Heller and Tom Handler for reappointment for terms expiring at 2029.
Second.
Questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
And I'll nominate Scott Prudhomme for a 4-year term, and he is a registered Republican, with Javier Vilas, who's actually unaffiliated.
He switched his
Yeah.
affiliation, correct? He
Yeah,
had been
he
on.
had, yeah,
Yes.
he is, well, some things happen when Trump gets elected.
That's it.
He is unaffiliated, and he is, currently serving as the second of the minority appointees.
I'll second your motion.
Thank you.
Any discussion, comments? All in favor? Motion carries. The next board is the Board of Fire Commissioners.
I will nominate Pat Izzo to serve another term, ending 2029.
I'll second.
And I will just,
I seen R next to,
That is, yes.
so
Pat
I
is a
will just
registered-
note
yes.
that currently, just for the record, the majority party has historically chosen to nominate folks of different parties, but the minority has not had a representative on the fire commission to date.
In this particular issue, in this particular instance, I know that talking to the commission and the commission members, Pat Izzo has been a very participating member, invaluable member, and considering some of the things that are happening in town, we felt it was best to continue to have some continuity there, so we are nominating Pat Izzo, and I don't know if anyone else wants to say anything else about that.
and there's a second vacancy, correct?
There's-
We're gonna get to
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, we'll get
So,
there.
but just to,
Yeah.
Clear.
So so we're he's a Republican, we are nominating. There is also, the seats that expire in 2027, there are 2 Democrats and a Republican serving in those seats as well. So this is a 5-position board or commission. And so with this opening, we are nominating Pat Izzo.
Was there a second then?
Yes.
Thank you, Maria, okay, sorry.
Yes.
So I'm not quite sure for this last position. We put forward 2 names.
wait, should we vote
Could
on
we
this
vote
one
on this
first?
one?
Oh, I
first?
thought,
Yeah,
sorry, we didn't do that?
No.
Okay.
All in favor?
Yeah.
Motion carries.
Right,
Yes, I do understand that there is there were 2 names for 1 position that you would like to put forward.
Yeah.
There is 1 position available.
Yeah, okay, so why don't we do it sequentially? The first nominee for that position is Martin Halpern. So,
It's only 1 position.
I know, I'm gonna put it forward for the vote. I have some understanding of where the vote's gonna go, so therefore, I'm gonna put it forward, but have it on the record. Is there a second?
Second.
So, what's the discussion? My understanding is that Marty is not only a retired professional firefighter, but he's also serving on the Beecher Building Committee. Maria, is he serving well? Is he showing up? Is he contributing?
All of the above, absolutely. He's been a wonderful addition to our committee. He does the work of the committee. He's very open-minded. He's contributed a lot of great thoughts and ideas towards the committee, and he's great to work with.
Any further discussion or
Yes,
questions
there
about Marty?
there have been concerns raised, as I believe you are aware, related to the relationship or the Marty is also a former member of the volunteer fire department, as well as a retired firefighter from Milford. And there have been raised by both commission and members of the fire department, fire association, and others, as relates to dynamics that exist between them as a result of some of the relationships that are there. The commission has much work to do, as we heard from the chief, in terms of some of the decisions that need to be made. And there is concern that it could offset and disrupt the dynamics associated with their operation and the work of the commission, as well as have an impact on membership in terms of as far as the fire department itself is concerned, firefighters themselves are concerned. So I also have limited experience with exposure and experience with Marty, but have nothing but positive things to be aware of. My sense on this is very clearly that if given options, I would prefer to see the commission and the fire department operate as smoothly as possible. And there have been numerous concerns brought forth that would not be the case should we move forward with Marty. And that's the only reason that I feel that, since there are other candidates who also are qualified, who may not have those same concerns, I feel that there are options that we could go forward with that could suitably address the needs of the commission without the additional potential of disruption and/or angst.
Well, I just
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go right ahead, Marie.
Do our other boards and commissions, do the organizations that they serve, as well as serving the town, their primary function is to serve the town, weigh in on our nominees?
They do when they feel it's appropriate, yes.
Because that's a lot of weight to put on what at the moment seems to be hearsay.
It's not presented as hearsay.
I asked, and all I was able to get as an answer was hearsay.
Yeah, and I do think the reason we wanted to at least open this up for discussion is there's no doubt that of all the people who are currently serving on the fire commission or will be nominated this evening, nobody is more qualified from an expertise perspective than Marty Halpern. He rose to assistant chief in Milford. He has vast knowledge, and I think at a minimum, I hope that the fire commission, however constituted, will recognize that he has expertise that should be tapped, because that's to the benefit of the town of whole. And their responsibility as a fire commission is to represent the interests of the town.
Well said.
As with any group or commission, the dynamics of the group in terms of functioning as efficiently and effectively as possible is a very important component of it. And in this particular instance, I have no doubt that there will be some concerns and some issues associated with that and some challenges associated with that would otherwise not be the case. I don't question his qualifications. I do question how you move forward from an operational standpoint and from a functional standpoint on a board that is not happy about how it's made up. And it's not a matter of not being happy, but there being something more, and I don't know all the details, Maria, but I can tell you what I know is not hearsay. I've heard it directly from the people who are engaged. But it's, so that's the reason that I'm saying what I'm saying.
It's a shame to have what sounds like personal issues interfere with public service
Public service
and
is very-
trump
I'm sorry.
qualifications. That's all. I don't know enough about. I have campaigned with Marty and found him to be a high quality human being, and so it's hard for me to imagine. I don't question
You're-
other people's experiences, but it feels like we're all grown-ups. Let's
Your other nominee
Well, could we?
is a former, I'm
on.
sorry, is a former firefighter who just retired from this force. He is also qualified. Okay, so.
He brings a different skill set to the table, however.
Understood, but also qualified. So we're not saying it trumps qualifications because qualifications are important. If you had no other qualified appointees, I would understand where understand and appreciate it. But in this particular instance, we do. So it's from an operations standpoint, again,
Well,
to
I'm sorry,
knowingly-
Nico,
to
are you
knowingly-
saying you would have voted for Marty if we had only put up one name?
no, I'm not saying that
I
at
mean,
all.
he's been
Are you
rejected
saying
twice,
you
so we feel like
you-
we needed to throw another name on the table, but
There was, none of this discussion came up before you gave us the other name. So that's not entirely correct, but,
no, I'm talking about past years,
okay.
past efforts.
So for again, I stand based on what I've said in terms of knowingly appointing someone who we know there's going to be some difficulty and some conflict in terms of the interaction, not only with the commission, but also with the department. There's some concern there. I'd like nothing better than to get those issues resolved, but we haven't been able to get those issues resolved, and that exists. So if we can, I'd like to, my sense is that we should look at another nomination who's qualified and get these issues resolved, so that we can get somebody who is as qualified as Marty on here, and those issues will no longer be in the way of moving forward.
Well, again, different skill set, but,
Understood?
all right. Do we vote?
well, I'm not quite
Chairman.
sure. I made the motion, but I don't know if it's you who has to then call the vote.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
So is there any other questions or comments? Well,
I'm
yes.
sorry. I'm just a little. I guess I'm a little confused about the two people situation that's happening here.
Marty is who we want to serve.
So
But we have had repeated problems getting anybody on the fire commission. Over many years, we have put Marty forward 2 prior times.
Okay.
And so coming into this, we felt it was important to look for somebody else. And but when it comes to knowledge and expertise of the actual activity in which the fire commission is supervising, I think to give an analogy, to put it in a different context, if you had somebody in this town who was a retired police chief who would be overseeing the police department as a police commissioner, everyone would think, oh, well, that's great experience, really useful. The person we have as an alternative has served as a volunteer firefighter, has retired in good standing, or retired or left, and he has the department in good standing, and his specialty is data analytics. He's a consultant. He would bring a different skill set. And I think when you're looking at a commission, you look for some complementary skill sets in order to fill it out from a full perspective. But that is why we have 2. Where they're both capable, they would both do a terrific job, but they bring different skill sets to the fire commission. And in Marty's, his are quite unique to our town.
Lauren, I understand your confusion because it's a little
I
unconventional
just-
to do it this way.
It just seems
But
kind of
also out of
odd,
respect for
alluding to this
Marty-
mystery person behind
Marty
them.
deserves to have the conversation deserves to be had for him. We deserve to try for him. But given the history Amy said, that's why we're prepared with a second.
Sure.
So
Well, and
Yeah.
if I could add, so I think part of our concern here is making sure that the commission is well filled out with complementary skills, as you mentioned, and also that's doing the best job to serve the town. Marty is, of course, serving on another very important commission right now. So
Committee.
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 In the Beecher Building Infrastructure Committee. I think it's got a longer acronym than that, but
That's okay.
So many letters.
Feature
there's a lot of letters
infrastructure.
to it. But
Yeah.
so, though I understand that Marty's been brought forward before for fire, he has served capably, as Maria attested to, in other ways, and there are other ways to find, and there may be, in fact, other positions that we might find for him as well. The other candidate that you, or nominee, Ilya Mauerman, has previously served on the Building Board of Appeals, though it doesn't meet very much. And
Never did.
In his time, maybe never did. I know that he was a candidate for office as well, and he is someone who could bring something here that's important to the commission to help make the town function well, and potentially avoid some conflicts which may be foreseen or unforeseen. So I think in moving forward with this, absolutely Marty is qualified. Marty is serving the town elsewhere, and this could be an opportunity to offer Ilya an opportunity to serve on the fire commission rather than Marty in this instance and at this moment. But as Mika alluded to, perhaps there's a chance in the next few years to help bridge some of those gaps. I think there's various things that I'm sure I don't know about, but hopefully people can work out their differences and the town can move forward.
And I'd like nothing more than to assist with that.
Okay.
Any other questions?
No.
All in favor? This is all in favor for voting for Marty. All opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next board is the Board of Police Commissioners. There are there are a total of 5 members, 2 of which have expired in 2025.
Yeah, if I could, I'll go ahead and just to smooth down the atmosphere here, I'd like to nominate Henry Capel, the unaffiliated voter, for a second term, noting that originally he was an appointee named by the majority, and we think he's doing a great job, so we will support his nomination.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. I'd like to nominate, I'm sorry, Steve, stealing your thunder.
That's quite all right. I will nominate Dave Schroeder for the final position on the Board of Police Commissioners, a term ending 2029.
Second? Thank you. You guys got, that was Lauren.
Did you get me? Sorry.
Right, and just for the public, he's a new nominee, but my understanding is he has expertise in this area.
Criminal justice system, yes.
Right, he's in
Yes.
the area of education for criminal justice.
Yes.
Indeed.
So I think it's
Thank
helpful
you.
people to
Thank you.
understand the context.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
So thank you.
Seems like a good
Yes,
fit.
a good complement to the other skill sets of the members of the commission. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? All in favor? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is our Building Board of Appeals. Currently, there are 5 members. Two of the positions expire in 2025.
So we have just one nominee at the moment. We're not able to confirm the second one at this time. So we would like to leave one open for today. Hopefully, maybe as soon as next week, we might be able to follow up, but we just wanted to confirm the service of our intended nominee. So for the one position, I'll nominate Warren Marshall for the Building Boards of Appeal position expiring in 2029.
I'll second it.
And for context, please, could you explain, well, first of all, I will acknowledge that it's a 5-member board, and we nominated 2 years ago Anita Ingram, and so she's serving till 2027. But I want to understand what the qualifications are of this gentleman, because I was not able, with having to purchase a laptop for this service.
I don't see a resume.
What is the person?
He is,
for him.
Warren Marshall is currently his what he does for a living is contracting. He's a contractor, basically.
A general contractor?
A renovator and contractor, yes.
Okay.
So if I could, I just, then, the only thing is, I know for Building Board of Appeals, there are certain requirements. I know that for Ms. Ingram, it took a while to provide the necessary documentation, satisfy those terms. Do we know
There was
whether
nothing in
Mr.
her resume at all that indicated she had anything to do with building specifically, contracting or building.
But was it a certification?
It isn't a
required?
certification. It's a
Okay.
experience and knowledge in the
Yeah,
area.
because she flips houses. That
So,
was their basis
correct.
for her.
But it
Okay.
didn't indicate anything about,
Okay.
and it was very specifically, the reason it took longer than it ordinarily would have is simply because the resume, there wasn't anything in there that said it, and we didn't receive anything that,
So the basis
indicated.
here is that this gentleman is a general contractor, and that's sufficient for the Building
and I
Board
will
of
get his,
Appeals.
we will get his resume so that
Okay.
it's on file.
And he was previously serving on the housing committee.
Okay,
Okay.
okay.
Any other
On the
questions?
ad hoc committee.
Yeah.
The committee, right, not the
Yes.
commission, yes, the ad
Yes.
hoc committee.
Any other questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
Okay. And I would just note that while we do have one nominee, if your second slot falls through, Mr. Mauerman was prepared to serve on the Building Board of Appeals, again, noting that he never had to do anything in 2 years. So
That's good to know.
it's not a heavy lift.
We can reconvene next week. with
Yeah, I think he is looking, you will see on his resume that he has a lot of expertise in data analytics, and maybe there'd be another opportunity for him. Thank you.
that. Excellent.
Next item on the agenda is the Conservation Commission. 7 members, three of which expire in 2025. And there was one vacancy on this commission prior to the expiration, so there are 4 members of 4 nominations that we'll be looking at today.
So if I could start with the open position that ends in 2027, I'll nominate Anne Boucher to the position ending in the year 2027.
I'll second that.
And just a question about Ann, is she still serving on the Massaro board?
She's currently the president of the board.
And how much longer is her term on that?
I believe the officers are done annually,
Right.
so that would be in the spring at our annual meetings.
So just because, since Massaro is a tenant of the town, I just would say, I don't think it comes up in the Conservation Commission, but if it should, she should recuse herself in
Right,
some
it's-
way or another.
Right, yeah, it doesn't, I don't think it's come up for Conservation Commission, but the Woodbridge Land Trust is the easement holder for Massaro, so the town owns the property, but the conservation easement actually belongs to the land trust.
But I mean, I'm just saying,
Yeah,
if
it
there
comes
were
to
a
it, of
matter
course,
that
sure,
came
yeah,
up
yes.
that was relevant to the Massaro farm,
Yeah.
for which she now would sit on both boards
Yeah.
and commission, I think it's just appropriate to just flag that she
Understood.
should recuse herself.
I think there's a long history of conservation members
Yeah.
who've served on.
Oh, yeah,
Massaro
I'm sure
board.
there is. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to
Understood.
dot i's,
Yep.
cross t's,
Understood.
so.
As would be the case with Barbara in the situation if it was with the
Historic.
Historical Society.
Exactly,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Or
Understood.
Steve with the.
Understood, with Massaro Farm, exactly.
Okay.
This
So-
was for 2020,
This is the this is the vacancy. So, for 2020.
Was there a second?
You seconded it,
Thank
I
you.
believe.
I did second it. Is there any other discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
And then I will nominate together Valerie Holly King to serve another term, and Mike Hansberger to serve a term for these both ending 2029.
Second.
Could we
I
actually
was
take
hoping
those
we
out
would be
separately?
separate.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I will withdraw that, and I will nominate Valerie Holly King to serve an additional term ending 2029.
I'll second that.
Take your pick.
Any discussion?
They're very excited about that.
All in favor? Motion carries.
And now I will nominate Mike Hansberger to serve a term ending 2029.
I'll second that.
Discussion.
Yes, please. So, to my understanding, Mike is filling Diana McCarthy-Burkery's spot.
At least that's the
She's
way it was
filling it.
Or
presented
at least
on
that's
the
the way it was
roster.
presented.
She's filling a
but-
vacancy. He's
Ye-
filling a
But it
vacancy.
was on the roster that way. Yeah.
Well, either way, I'm going to bring Diana into this conversation. I think she served well. I know she had interest in continuing service. She is a professional in the field of sustainability, and she was a co-chair. She has great expertise. So I'd like to just discuss why we can't reappoint Diana. And I'll add to that, and I know mostly his son, Mike's son, great family, the Hansbergers, but I don't see much relevancy on the resume to conservation, and that in comparison with Diana's at least, just for purpose of discussion, was kind of a stark contrast. So.
Well, it's just as a point of order, I don't actually think it's appropriate to discuss someone who's not been nominated here. We are nominating Mike Hansberger.
Okay.
He reached out to serve in the town. He's lived here since 2020. He grew up in the countryside of Toronto with 300 acres of conservation land out of his backyard. He lives next to the Blue Trail. He's excited to join the Conservation Commission. He brings a research perspective in public health, which is absolutely relevant to conservation. And he wants to bring a strategic approach to maintaining the town's green space. We feel he's a very strong candidate, and that's who we have put forward.
I'm sorry, what do you mean by a strategic approach to maintaining the town's green space?
I think for him to say, but in talking to them, that's...
Well,
yeah.
perhaps we should have been, I know it's not protocol, but I don't know why it can't be protocol, but for people that are new or perhaps lacking more obvious credentials on resumes, so I understand the connection of health to conservation, we could have met and talked to Mike.
Yes, you could.
And I wish that was facilitated.
We spoke with Marty. Nobody facilitated it.
Okay,
We spoke with him because we felt it was important that we do so.
okay,
And one of the things we've done as a board in the past is we specifically provide the resumes and the names of the individuals specifically for that purpose. So I don't want you to think that that's not
Okay.
protocol. It's by all means, if you want to talk to somebody who you know is a candidate and feel you want to check with them, by all means. That's not, it's certainly not something that we would prevent and/or indicate you shouldn't.
As just a point of interest, sustainability is not on here. That's currently an ad hoc, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I
Correct.
think we also, we need similar expertise on that, and I think that their service on that board as well.
is Mike on that board?
No, I believe
Diana
Diana is.
Diana is.
And just
Yeah.
to Steve's point, I think making people aware of being discussed, as these people were aware that they were going to be discussed
Yeah.
because they put their names
I-
forward.
I
I just would have wanted her to
Yeah.
be able to be here to
Well,
be part of that if that was her choice.
I respect and appreciate that, and for whatever it's worth, I did talk to her, and so I know that she is okay with this and was wondering herself. So,
If there's a particular issue, by all means, I'm open to having any discussion with you and/or with her as relates to her position and
okay.
what goes in. I can tell you we're nominating somebody, as Steve said, who is qualified, and we're moving in that direction.
I disagree regarding the qualifications.
Appreciate it.
And for that reason, and not anything against, I appreciate Mike's interest in serving. I do not really believe he's the best fit for the role. And I, assuming I'll be outvoted, I hope to be proven wrong.
Well, and I too have a hard time with this, just because I think there is a value to continuity. I'll also say I have heard some hearsay, which is quite troubling with respect to the Conservation Commission and what flexibility and freedom they had to express their position on the CCW. And so with that regard, I have some reservations, but I haven't met Mr. Hansberger, and this is an appointment which falls to the majority party in terms of numbers. So I will note that I have some concerns, but I recognize that it's your
Please,
vote.
I'm sorry, repeat the concern in regards to the Conservation Commission having what to do?
So there was quite a lot of hearsay, that there was some pressure put on the Conservation Commission to take a particular position with respect to the CCW, and if they did not, then they would not be renewed.
I would,
I actually
let's-
feel like there wasn't enough pressure put on them to give us the information that what we needed. To be quite honest, so I don't.
it is hearsay.
I'm just saying,
It
that's what
is
it is.
hearsay. It's not worth,
you
it's not
know,
worth, it's not worth
this
necessarily.
town does have word of mouth stories.
Did you discuss?
But that does speak very specifically of this position, if I'm understanding what you're saying is correct. So I would very much like to have that discussion with you and whoever is indicating that's the case, because that is blatantly false, is my response. Okay, so,
Okay.
but it's not worth getting into, but it is worth resolving. And I'd like to do that offline.
Okay? And that's why I said that I specifically that it was
Yeah.
hearsay. It was not something, but I just have some concerns. I just want to put a line down that to be assured that this Conservation Commission will have complete flexibility going forward, because their purpose is, the way the town is structured, their purpose is to be the voice for conservation. And that is actually under a state statute that they serve, as I understand it. And they have a specific mission with respect to that state statute, so,
They've been given every opportunity to do exactly that.
good.
It's never been tempered and/or prevented. And I will also go as far to say is disagreeing with particular processes or ideas as to what should be the case is certainly not preventing somebody from doing something. So, again, I'd like to really understand and find out, because those types of things can do a lot of damage if the hearsay continues to go on when it's not true. So I'd like to really understand where that's coming from and why, and I'd like to confront it directly.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll see if the person who told me can then be comfortable
That'd be great.
continuing the conversation.
Thank you.
If I could just ask one more question about Mike, if, I think this is appropriate, but in your engagement with him, did the POCD come up, and has he read it? What did he think about it from a conservation lens?
I did not discuss it with him, so I don't have anything to say about it.
I have
Same.
not, I have not had the
Okay.
POCD discussion with Mike Carnsberg.
Okay. Just because that was a really recent and relevant to conservation topic for our board, for the Conservation Commission, not long ago. And so I thought that might have come up.
I imagine we will still be dealing with it going
Yeah,
forward.
I hope so.
So there will be
tell you that.
opportunity for people to weigh in on
Some of us
that.
would like it to be amended as soon as possible.
Yes, some of
Yes.
us, indeed.
Let's stay on
to that
task.
effect.
Let's stay on task. Let's stay on task.
I would just add, Mike is a very impressive person, and I think he would bring just a tremendous amount of just thoughtfulness and commitment to a role like this. And sometimes there's benefit in bringing people on board to things that are there to learn and ask questions and do something new and grow themselves, especially someone who's a relative newcomer to town. I'm pretty much a lifer around here, but I know. But for people, it's really nice to see people who are new to this community and have come in a very short time to love it in the same way
Absolutely.
we have. And I think that was what was so impressive, and all of his work also in adult education and learning models and things like that, which I think can also bring some things to a conservation commission as far as being able to communicate to the public and interact with our board and other boards and commissions around town too. I think that's a tremendous asset, where maybe some content knowledge on some specific things isn't there. The skill set that he brings was really, it was really impressive to me. I'm kind of fascinated by all of the work that he does and his extensive background in a variety of different fields.
I really appreciate that, Lauren. Was the chair of the Conservation Commission engaged in this, and were they supportive, or is that I mean, just like
It
with,
doesn't always happen. There are some times where if we feel that there's a reason to notify the chair, we would. I don't know that it was done in this particular instance,
I can't
honestly.
confirm that, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
okay.
so,
Well, you brought it up with fire, so I
Yeah.
didn't know.
Yeah, I mean-
yeah.
Okay.
The
Again-
chair is aware of the appointments.
Okay.
In some cases, they come to us.
Hmm.
Okay.
I hear you.
Any other discussion? All in favor of Mike? All opposed?
No, you vote how you want to vote, Amy.
I will vote for Mike.
I'm gonna vote for Mike too. Lauren's closing
carried.
statements got me there.
I don't think you're gonna be disappointed.
Motion
I doubt it.
Oh, yes,
I
yes,
doubt
you
it.
know.
And I do. I really, the little exposure I've had to the family, I really appreciate them, and I'm glad they're here. So.
Would
Next
you
item.
like to renominate your candidate?
Yes,
Oh.
we'd like to nominate Barbara Hagan-Smith for another 4-year term.
Second.
I think everybody knows Barbara.
She
there
is a
any-
living
any
treasure.
questions or
She is.
She is.
any other questions, et cetera? All in favor? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is Coop Up. This is a 6-member board with three seats expiring.
We are renominating all of the current people whose position are to expire, but I will start by nominate,
Can we lump them?
if you'd
How do
like
you
to.
feel about that, Amy?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
So, I will renominate all 3 people whose terms are expiring to continue through 2029. That is Patty McKeon, David Cornelius, and Daniel Rachuia.
I'll second that.
Any questions, comments? All in favor? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is the Economic Development Commission. This is a 8-member board, and there are
There are
Three.
3 expiring and 1 opening.
and one
And
one opening.
we're not prepared, right, Amy, for that one
Yeah,
tonight?
so I'm not sure, yeah, so there's one person who hasn't gotten back in touch with us.
Do you want to leave that for now?
Could we?
For that
Could we leave that till next week, or do you want to get some done and?
We can get.
No, we can leave it for next week only because their meeting, which would be otherwise tomorrow, has been canceled.
Oh,
So
lovely.
we do have a little
That
bit of
worked
time.
out.
So we
Okay.
have a little bit more
Okay.
time. So we can table, so we'll be opting to table economic development appointments at this time. Which leaves
to our
them
regular meeting next
to
week.
our regular meeting
All
next. All appointments.
And I know the chair's trying to get in touch with you.
Why don't we handle the Democratic appointments and we can leave the one?
That sounds good. That way we get that
So
done.
it's quicker.
So are 2 Ds,
There's 2 Ds and there's a vacancy. There's
is
so,
is a
A D
vacancy
vacancy.
your,
Yes.
This
okay.
vacancy is a
Yes.
D vacancy.
so I'll
correct.
start
But,
there.
but
Oh,
I'm sorry, has the vacancy been completed? I thought there was a question as to whether or not Brian Marazzi
Brian Marazzi.
has actually submitted a resignation to us.
Has not, nor has he responded to any notifications and/or requests for information, and nor has he attended any of the meetings in the last 2 years.
So is that a default resignation, Nick?
No, I think that we have to vote to remove him for cause under the, which we have
Okay.
some ability to do, and the cause would be that he's not participating.
non-attendance. So, yeah.
All right, so should we
But
do
I
that?
can't remember what the
first?
provision is. There is a
Yes, it is.
provision.
That is
So
that is
just-
Thank you,
I
that
think
is a
that,
provision.
would that be, I think that would be most appropriate to take that on first, if that's all right.
I'm sorry?
Is that
Yes.
all right with you?
Yes,
Okay,
it absolutely is.
So, or you can do the other 2, and meanwhile,
So-
Nick can
yes,
find the
thank you.
provision.
Thank you for that suggestion.
No, I'm familiar with it, and that is indeed.
Yes,
I
it
just
would-
would want to
Yes,
cite
it'd be
the
good to put it-
specific provision.
Agreed. And
Yeah.
we've looked at it, but yes, it would be good to have that. So in the
I
meantime.
actually had hoped to hear from him by today.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So in the meantime, I will nominate Richard Bordeaux to serve another term ending 2029. Take that separately from the second one. If you
I'll
don't
second
mind.
that motion.
That's a reappointment.
It's a
Yes.
reappointment, yes.
Discussion? All in favor?
And now I will nominate Shauna Squara, and my apologies, Shauna, if I don't have your name pronounced appropriately, to to serve a term through 2029.
Is there a second?
And just a little understanding, I'm sorry, because transitioning to this new responsibility, I did not look at this person's resume. Could you just
They're
explain
marketing,
qualifications?
so I'm going to pull it up. They do marketing and brand strategy. So they were, if you pull up their resume, brand strategy and activation for Henkel, corporate brand communications, includes large companies like Nestle out of Stanford. Very impressive. Yeah, marketing, communications, branding.
Which we
I think
thought
both
was a
brand-
little bit of an area that.
Yeah,
that
no,
Michael
that's
would need
helpful.
to be.
Very important.
I will say that the one other thing that I've heard from the chair, Cliff Lynch, is that a lot of the activities that would be helpful for the EDC to participate in, contacts, et cetera, are daytime events. So as we have opportunities to fill more positions on EDC, we should keep that in mind. If there are people who either have flexibility in their schedule while working or are retired or stay-at-home moms who need a little something extra to do.
Or dads.
Yes, or dads, but you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Or someone like me, I'm a retiree, I need a little something extra to do, but I'm just saying,
found it,
I'm just
Andy.
saying we need somebody, just please keep that in mind.
Like the Chamber of Commerce events that usually happen during the
Yes,
day.
yes, yeah, Main Street events, all sorts of things, yes. So it's just a,
That's a good thought. Yeah, thank you.
but otherwise fine, so we can move on a vote. For
Yeah, so we
this.
have a motion and a second.
Yep,
Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
So, and Nick, do you have the language up in terms of the
Provision?
charter
I
provision?
do, and it's as I expected, it's not something that you're just gonna be able to act on tonight. So there's two charter provisions that come into play here. You need a vote of 4 selectmen to actually remove someone.
for cause,
The-
right? There's a cause clause.
Correct.
Yeah.
And cause does include non-participation, non-attendance.
But why,
Why it can't happen tonight is because while our charter speaks more generally just for affirmative votes, for cause, our ordinances, which the general initiating section of our municipal agencies ordinance, under which the Economic Development Commission falls under, there's another removal section. So this section also applies, and it says any member can be removed for cause. However, that removal shall only take place after a public hearing if the request for such a hearing is made by that person within 30 days of notice. So basically,
We
we
have
need
to
to
send
somehow,
notice.
again, send him notice that, hey, you're
Yep.
gonna be removed if you don't respond. You have an option to hold a public hearing, and if it's non-responsive at that point, I think the board can act.
And the
you.
same letter can say, of course, you have the option to resign.
Indeed.
So what we haven't communicated is the hearing for
Hearing.
cause. There's been the request. We understand lots of people, think they can commit, and then things happen in life, and no hard feelings.
No, there are none.
We obviously need to.
He was very much engaged previously, so
Yeah.
it's good man. I'm very surprised, but there's obviously something that's preventing him from participating, so.
So does that
So we'll take it up at,
mess up one of those 2
No,
appointments?
this,
Okay.
no, it doesn't. So this, I mean, we have someone ready to serve in that spot, but it can wait.
Okay.
And we can handle the other vacancy in regular business.
And then we
next
have
week.
one more
Right,
vacancy,
that's- yes.
which would be a 4-year term, which we're still
Which-
working on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
so we will move on from Economic Development to EMS Commission. There are 5 members, three of the seats are
Why don't we do all 3?
expired in 2025.
You-
We are renominating all of
Yes.
them.
Yes, so I'll make the motion to renominate Edward Manning, Alan Davidson, and Roy Ivans to continue serving on EMS through term ending 2029.
I'll second that.
Are there any questions? Any comments? All in favor? Thank you. Motion carries. We'll now move into Government Access Television. This is a commission that was not active in the last 2 years, and we feel we do need to, at this point in time, reestablish it. So it's a 5-member commission. The one member who was still listed is Mary Hill, whose term expires in 2025.
She's not interested in continuing.
Thank you. There are nominations.
So, we have 3 nominees.
Right,
This is
and
another
we
one.
have 2, so we'll be
Right, so
good.
we wanted to hold, we didn't get a confirmation from one, so we'd like to hold the one for next week.
So you're gonna nominate 2 tonight?
We're gonna nominate 3.
Oh, okay.
So my understanding was we were ready to move forward with the 1, but not 2, so.
Yeah, we put forward 2 names, but again, it was just because there was interest of 2 people, but we can, in these circumstances,
Perhaps
we
we
could
could-
present one if you
Yeah,
want.
Yes, if you don't mind, I'd like to do that and just hold, we were waiting for confirmation on service.
Okay.
on another.
Okay.
If you would like
So
to
I'll go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll nominate Daniel Maurerman to serve on the Government Access Television Commission, and I can provide
Second.
some information. Which term are you proposing him for?
I would give, say, a full term for him since he's your
Thank you.
preferred nominee.
Thank you. So what 2 questions were raised about Daniel. One is that he has actually worked for GATV, and he would have to understand that he could no longer do that. He in fact said not only does he understand it, but he is scheduled to work on Thursday, and he said to me in his email response, he said, so should I go ahead and tell the boss, my supervisor or whatever the person is called, that I can't work? And I said, I appreciate that, please go ahead and cancel it, because we hope to make a decision on Tuesday.
Well, hopefully that doesn't leave them short for Thursday.
I hope not. And then the other thing
Getting the
is,
thumbs up from the crew.
yeah,
There we go.
And then, and the other thing to let you all know is that, yes, he is away at college, but there have been virtual meetings of GAT in the past, and I think what he does bring, probably, I can save this age bias thing since I'm the oldest person in this room, is that as the youngest person likely to be on the GATV commission, he probably brings the most facility for understanding the trends in technology and how best we can serve the town going forward in providing access to public meetings.
I agree. I think sometimes, if you've already been there and done the work, I think that's something that can help round out a commission as well.
Yeah.
You have a different insight. Yeah.
So,
Okay. We have a nomination and a second.
Second. Is there any other discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
I can do these as a group, or I can do these.
sure.
Actually, so one of these needs to be a 2027 and 2 need to be 2029, I believe, if I have that correct.
There are 3
3 29s.
29s and 2 2027s.
Okay,
And I just
so
put,
I'm going to start with the 29s. With I have as Bryce and Crodel. Is that right? I've got David Bryce and
David Bryce.
David Bryce and Rita Crodel as the 2 for 29.
David, Bryce, and as for
Wait,
the
there's only
2029, right?
there's only one 29. We just nominated
There
Daniel
should be
Maurerman.
There's 3
3
29s.
29s and 2 20s.
On the
there's-
roster, on
no,
the
there's
roster,
not.
there's.
There's
it's
not.
the other way
different.
around.
It's the other way around.
So we'll have 2 20.
2027. Oh, that doesn't
I-
go to 29. Okay.
I had it flipped on mine. Okay. So I'll start with the 29, and I'll nominate David Bryce for the position.
And
Do I
he's-
have that right?
He's also serving the town in another capacity, right?
Cablevision.
Yeah.
So
Very
second.
good, very important to have the
Yes.
connectivity.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Andrea seconded.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
I will nominate
two.
for the other 2 positions in serving through 2027, Rita Crodel and Roger Hess.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
Do you need to abstain?
Abstain.
Oh, you should only do one at a time, then,
Yeah,
please.
we could.
Yeah,
No, we
yeah.
have to do
My
one at a time.
apologies.
Well, we still have enough, right?
We do have enough.
I think
Yes.
If you don't mind abstaining from both. but-
I'll abstain from both.
Okay.
Yep.
That's still a majority.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still
All
have
right,
a
so we have
majority.
five yeas and 1 abstention.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
No problem.
The next item is the Human Services Commission?
One opening, just for
There's
clarification from.
yes, there's one opening still.
To
which
take
we can
in the
address.
future.
Yes,
On GATV.
yes.
Correct. Thank you. There are 9 members, 5 seats that expire in 2025. And they are all, there's only one that is not a renomination.
Right, which is one of your appointments.
Correct.
Right.
I could start with that one. So to fill a slot going through 2029, nominate, I don't have her name
Debbie
spelled right.
Brander
Debbie Brander Barbieri. I just had Barbieri, and I think it's Brander Barbieri. Debbie Brander Barbieri.
Second.
And just for the record, since it's a new nominee, could you explain a little bit about qualifications or
Yes.
interest?
I didn't have her thing up in front of me.
So I see she's an independent project manager or consultant. A chapter specialist for a teen organization in Connecticut, working on program improvements, advisor training, regional coaching and support. They launched a community center market, development of specialized dining program, creation of a home decor business. Prior to that, she was at the JCC.
Steve for a while. She's
Uh,
also a former member on the E EDC.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
is that
Yeah.
sufficient?
Yep. No, it's more for the public.
Yeah.
I just wanted them to have a little understanding.
And she's, if it matters, she's an unaffiliated voter as well.
Okay. So,
Any other questions? All in favor? Motion carries. The other 4, I'll make a motion that we renominate Kathy Austin, Lauren Faith Miller, Vivian Livesay, and Janet Charliglio to reappointment on the Human Services Commission.
and these are all.
Ter-
These
29.
are all
Through
terms 29 to 2029.
I'll second.
Second.
sorry.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Any questions?
No,
All
just,
in- oh.
yeah, can I just, for discussion, I just wanted to share that, that in our discussion with our 2 nominees there, Viviana and Janet, we specifically asked that the Human Service Commissions look at ways to support seniors by looking at implementing a fall risk survey program. Just the way you have energy surveys that are energy audits that are offered to town people, at a free or a discount depending on the process. Viviana actually said something like this was offered to one of her family members under certain circumstances. I think it would be helpful if we pull something together like that for residents. I know myself, having 2 quite elderly fathers and father-in-law, I am much more aware than I used to be, having gone through this elder care process of things I need to start thinking about.
Kathy Austin has also brought in some folks in regards to very similar type of activities as relates to doing what we can to enable our older folks to continue to live in place.
Great.
So it flies right in line with what she's working on, so I think it's a great idea.
Good. So hopefully we can have an exchange in the budget process with Human Services about this. So,
I mean, that it also too might roll over into, EMS and fire and things that we need to keep in mind and look out for and call volume, and that could
It can
help
be
us
mutually
planning.
beneficial.
Yes,
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
many boards and commissions.
yep. Great.
All right, so
Any other questions?
No.
All in favor? Motion carries.
Just note that that's a large commission. There's 9 appointees. That's why there are so many vacancies, or so many positions
should
to
have said
fill.
that, yeah.
Some
Thank
of our
you.
commissions are much smaller at 5, but this is a 9-person.
Yeah, and just for the roster for Allison, it indicates that it's 9 and then not more than 12, but I looked at the ordinance and there's no provision to expand it
Yeah,
beyond
the
9.
town, I know, the town clerk, they're working on holding the roster, so I'll make sure when I
Yeah.
give them the new appointments and they do their due diligence on the roster itself, I'll have them check on that.
Thank you very much.
Next item on the agenda is Inland and Wetlands Agency. There are 5 full members and 2 alternates for a total of 7 members. We are looking for,
Yeah, there's a few nominations and also a movement. So if I would start, we have one of our terms that's not expiring, current member as an alternate, Gene Weber. Understanding that there's a few people cycling off as regular members, we would like to move Jean to a regular position on the Inland Wetlands Agency.
Second, that's a motion.
That's it, yeah, so I'm making the motion to move Jean from an alternate to a regular position, and her term still will continue. She travels with her,
Oh, term, that was my
she
question.
travels
So
with her term.
Term is still 27?
Correct.
Okay.
But I don't understand that on the roster, though.
So we have 3 people who will be moving off of the commission whose terms have expired and are moving off, and so that's Robert Blythe, Josh Goldberg, and Steven Zasinski.
Right, so but that would mean she would be taking on a 4-year term, because they're all
Her-
3-year, they're all,
You'll see with the other appointments that so she's not taking on there, so she's moving into a regular spot.
She's a current member with 27 expiration,
Yeah.
and she's
that the way
currently
it
an
works?
alternate, and we're moving her from an alternate to a full position.
so is there a flexibility there so that inland wetlands goes to 3 who are 2027 when it's currently 2? Is that,
There's currently
guys, because you're looking at
3.
it as 7, is that what the way you're looking at it? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand. Okay, all right.
Yep.
That's right, Nick?
Nick, yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, for this particular body, just so that I'm understanding this right, we're looking at them inclusive of the alternates.
Yeah.
That is
yeah.
my understanding of how
Correct.
it's meant to be
Yeah.
looked at.
Right.
Okay. So it's a 7-member board, some of whom are alternates, is what you're saying.
That is my understanding of how.
So for a 7-member board, 2 are minority, or 3? 2.
2.
under
So
the
wouldn't
statute.
Van Tonder,
We'll move them both.
Okay.
So I think that the end result here will be that both Jean and Irene will move up, but Irene's position is expiring, so she'll be reappointed, whereas Jean's is not expiring. So I just wanted to be clear that
Okay.
we're moving her up, understanding that 3 people are cycling off. We're moving our 2 alternates into regular positions.
and yes, thank
And then
you.
we'll be appointing a new regular position.
I suppose my question, but I'll wait. I'll wait for my
Yeah,
question.
but I'd
'cause
like
it's
to
not
just
specific
clarify
to
that
Jean.
if we vote for moving these 2 alternates up, there is still
It is
the
the-
intent
it is
that
the
there is
intention to
a
fill this-
full member position
That is-
available for
yes.
our nominee.
That is the intention.
So-
Thank you.
yes.
So that okay, but just so I understand, so that means really, though it's a full-term position, not an alternate,
Or a
is
regular
our
position.
minority still met? Because then we're only getting
Yes.
one? Is
Well,
that?
No.
No.
Hmm.
Wait,
Well-
no what? No to what?
Technically, no, in terms of minority, if you look at minority, so the statute, I admit, says it's no more than 5 of one party in a 7-member board. The tradition used to be that meant that the majority party chose their 5, who might or might not be all of their party. They could be whoever they wanted, and then the minority at the table would choose 2. There has been variation on that in the last few years, where there has been absolutely nobody that the minority in the last several years has nominated
On inland wetlands?
on inland wetlands. So
Okay.
getting one is progress.
Okay.
Although it's not where we would like to be.
Okay.
But it is substantial progress,
We've,
and I want to acknowledge that it is
I
substantial
think
progress.
Andrea's been on the board before, as Steve and Maria have, and we've made efforts in the last 2 years to make sure that that was indeed the case. So please don't say last several years. It's been
Oh,
the
I
years
know.
before, the years
I know.
before.
But yes, and we understand a lot of the members of inland wetlands, and thank you for all of those who have served for a very
A
long time.
very long time. Yeah.
So I understand that might be part of the issue, but I understand, and that's why we, no objections to your nominee, and the sort of resulting sort of layout of this commission will that there'll be 3 Democrats, 3 unaffiliated, and 1 Republican in terms of the service of these. So just in terms of
Okay.
affiliations and representation is more than met.
I'm
in this
just
case.
want to
But-
make sure that the one that we are going
Yes,
to be
that is the intention.
nominating
Yes.
will be full members,
Yes.
because alternates only serve when a member is not available.
Yes, understood.
Yeah.
So that is the-
Only
Yep.
vote.
I keep hesitating to bring this up because it's not particular to inland wetlands or any individual agency, but I think for myself, there's the letter of the law and the spirit, and I want to abide by both of them, and so I also think there's a difference between the representation, minority representation rules and who has served and who has nominated someone. And I'm not sure, in spirit and then also legally, those things might have conflicted at times, but I want to help, maybe not at this time, but eventually understand so we can continue to make this a good process.
It's a fair point. I think both the traditional parties have recognized that there's a lot of unaffiliated who are highly skilled and bring a great deal to the table. And I think it's always a good thing when you look at a board and it is diverse in all possible ways. So,
Intent, spirit, the word you use, is really important. And so I appreciate that comment
Yeah, I think-
and the efforts made.
I think the issue is more, I think what one would say is on some of these commission, a diversity of viewpoint. And when you go through an election process, inevitably there are disagreements on policy. And so that diversity of viewpoint being reflected on those more important commissions is helpful. I think ultimately to the body politic, but especially here when the election was, so close and and the public was so heavily engaged.
We have a motion, we have a second. Is there any other discussion on this?
On these two, bringing up
No,
the two
just
No,
alternates.
just
For now, we're
Jean's
just bringing up
moving-
the one.
Okay,
that's
just
here,
Jean.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. I lost
It's
track.
different term.
Okay, thank you.
The motion is to move Jean Weber from an alternate to a regular position.
And the regular ending 2029.
her
Seven.
position holds as 2027, so she's sticking with her term.
Perfect.
Considering the conversation that the discussion we just did have, is it appropriate to do both at the same time?
But they'd be
The reason I
different
did is they're
terms.
different
Different
terms.
terms. Thank you very
That's
much.
why.
No,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good
Okay.
question.
Very well. All in favor? Motion carries.
Would you like to make your nomination at this
Well,
time?
why don't we move
Thank
up to make sure we have,
There's a
because,
reason.
okay.
Appreciate that. Thank you. We'd like to nominate Nick Zito to serve a 4-year term on inland wetlands as a full member.
Second.
Thank you. And just for the public's record, Nick Zito is currently serving in the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, and in that role, he has specifically been responsible for reviewing the inland wetlands regulations of all 169 cities and towns in the state of Connecticut. So he comes ready to jump right into this new responsibility for the town because he knows those regs cold and knows their purpose from a DEP perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there questions? Had the opportunity to look at the qualifications, and if there are no more questions, we will take a vote. All in favor? Any abstentions? Any opposed? None?
Not because she doesn't think he's wonderful, but because she's married to him.
Thank you.
But with that said, he's clearly extremely qualified to be on this
Thank you.
commission, and I'm grateful to have his expertise.
Thank you.
Next, I will nominate Enreen Van Tonder to serve in a regular position ending 2029. She's currently serving as an alternate, and she'll be moving up to a regular position, filling a term through 2029.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
I do plan to take these individually, so I will nominate Jonathan Smith for an alternate position.
I'll second it.
And what is his qualifications?
Jonathan Smith is an attorney currently working in mediation. He's been in town for a few years
He's
now.
another newcomer.
And has reached out about serving, and I think given his interest in the outdoors and skill set of mediation, legal experience and mediation seems to be very appropriate for this group, and I believe in some of our outgoing members, we're losing some legal skills.
Yeah, we definitely need legal skills, but there's a big difference between mediation and
Indeed,
in
I
what
think that's what
area?
he's
Is
my-
it land use or that he's been in?
From what
He's been in a bunch of them.
from the
Civil
resume
suits?
that we have, it does not note land use specifically, but
Okay.
I would say, mediation in part is about like tenor and understanding things, and I think managing conversations,
Yeah.
which, as you've seen in some of our meetings, is a valuable skill. But certainly, I think bringing the legal mind to this and understanding.
Well, I would say as a lawyer, that the legal training is helpful in
Yes.
in understanding and interpreting regulations.
Yeah, he's
It gives you a
That's-
facility, a familiarity with the basic
he's
legal
done
lingo and structure.
mediation and litigation
Yes.
in
He's done litigation as
law-
well.
real estate and
Oh, it does say real estate.
insurance and
So that's a
workers'
language.
comp.
Thank you.
And I also think too, that, although we specialize similar to healthcare, you also still retain an appreciation for the other areas that you don't know, and an appreciation for asking the right questions.
Yeah. No, that's a skill set in and of itself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? And this is for
This is an alternate position.
the name?
Inland wetlands.
Jonathan Smith.
Thank you, just wanted to make sure.
Ending in 27 or 29?
This is 20.
20.
All these should be 29.
The next, yes, the next two should be
So
29.
now both alternates will expire at the same time?
Correct.
That's not a problem.
Yeah, that's not, because during the year, if something happens, they move up, so,
That works.
okay? Any other discussion, all in favor? Motion carries.
And I will nominate Jim Armstrong for the final alternate position, term ending 2029. I'll note both Jim Armstrong and the previous nominees are unaffiliated voters.
And Jim also is an attorney?
When we spoke, I misstated that. He's involved in commercial real estate, I believe. His resume is in our packet.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was trying to,
Yes. No,
Strategic
trying to
and-
take on my new role and
Yes,
keep track of
understood.
things. I
Yes.
haven't,
Skill set, strategic and analytical planning, commercial property expertise, and operational leadership.
Background in organizational psych.
okay. Well, just for discussions, I just want to say two things. One, I very much appreciate that you all have voted for Nick as a full member, because we brought him forward for probably, I don't know how many years, in all sorts of different venues, so I appreciate his expertise being recognized. I will note that I hope in 2 years, we can also get a second person on inland wetlands, so that we can round out the full spirit of the minority representation statutes. But I'm not prepared at this point to object to your choices.
Understood.
So,
Did we have a second on the motion?
I think so.
Allison, did we get a
Maria,
second
was
on
it
that
you?
motion?
No.
Steve made a motion.
I think it was Maria. That's what I thought.
That's why I asked. That's why I asked.
I think I hope I didn't enter into discussion until it was appropriate. I apologize.
That's what my notes
Are there
say,
any
but
other
now I'm feeling
comments or
like-
questions? All in favor? Motion carries. Moving on to the Library Commission, there are 5 seats, and there are a total of 9 seats in the Library Commission, 5 of which expired in 2025.
Yeah, if
There
you
are
want to do your 4 renominations
There are 4
together,
renominations.
that's fine.
So for renomination to the Library Commission through a term through 2029, we have Miriam Gohara, Tan Huntington, Emily Sharp, and Eleanor Sheehy.
I'll second that motion. Oh,
Oh, no, go ahead, Mika.
I'll second that motion. Is there any questions, comments? All in favor? Motion carries.
Would you like to make your
Yes,
nomination?
thank you. And I'd like to nominate Jacqueline Gibbons, known as Jackie, to serve for 4 years on the Library Commission. And Jackie's, during discussion, I'll tell her background.
I'll second.
Thank you. So under discussion, I would just note Jackie's actually expertise is in finance, which I think is a good skill set for any commission to have as part of its total roster. In Jackie's case, she grew up in town. She's a lifelong reader, and I thought her particular statement of interest of why she wants to be on the Library Commission and her dedication to the value of our library is quite eloquent.
Thank you. Any other comments? All in favor? Motion carries. Next commission is the Recreation Commission. There are 7 members of the commission.
Seven.
members of the commission. four of which expired, 4 positions of which expired in 2025.
And we have a vacancy.
And we have a vacancy.
So if I could start with the vacancy through 2027, I'll nominate Dan Del Preet to fill the vacancy opened by Saurav Vilakar for a term ending in 2027.
Second.
Any questions? Any comments? All in favor? Motion carries.
So 2027.
Through 2027, that's the Saurav vacancy.
Next nomination,
I will do these 2 renominations. Oh, maybe.
please.
I don't know, is Jane yours or? Sure no.
Jane.
Sure, no.
Sure no.
I don't think so.
No, she's
I
not.
don't
All right, then I will do these 2 together.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I will make the motion to nominate Andrea Weinstein and Jane Chernow for positions, terms ending 2029 on the Recreation Commission.
Second. Any questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
And I will nominate Tristan Baker to serve a term ending 2029. He would be a new member of this commission.
To replace whom?
He's replacing Julie Katz,
Okay, in lieu of Julie Katz. Okay.
and he's an unaffiliated voter.
I'll second.
Questions? Comments? All in favor? Motion carries.
So I'd like to nominate Bill DeRosa to serve another term. He was our nominee, and we'd like to renominate him.
Second.
And under discussion, I just had note, just for here purposes, Diane Lenskold, who is our second nominee out of 7, has indicated that she'd like to resign. Unfortunately, she's just too busy. I just would hope that at such time as we do take up her replacement, you give us an opportunity to nominate there. Dan Del Preet, I know, is a Republican, but we're happy to have him be joining the Recreation Commission. He's a hard worker, I know, and very involved, and I'm sure he'll be an asset to the Recreation Commission. We just would like the flexibility to replace Diane when the time comes.
Understood.
Thank you.
Is there?
There's a motion and a second, so
Yeah,
we're voting
yeah.
on.
Is there any,
on
is
the
it,
Rosa.
any other discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. Prior to closing this, this commission out, I think it's important to make sure that everyone understands, and we've mentioned it in the past, that we are in town looking at the potential of combining the Human Services Department with the Recreation Department, which means we would also have to look at what's involved from a charter perspective and from an ordinance perspective as relates to the
Commissions.
corresponding commissions. So
Yes.
that's just something to keep in mind, and hopefully it's something that you've mentioned to your candidates, that's something that may occur in the near future.
We did not mention it to Bill because we did not know
I've mentioned it
where
to
it
Bill.
was in terms of germination.
I've mentioned it to Bill. I've been at their
okay.
meetings, and
Okay,
I've mentioned the
good.
fact that this could happen, so the commission, the existing commission should know,
Okay,
but just wanted to make sure the public also understands that that's something we're looking at.
okay.
And with respect to a potential new candidate who might step into Diane's.
Yeah, we'll be sure that they're aware of that. Okay.
All right, the next item on the agenda is Sperry Park. And Sperry Park has a number of vacancies, and it is a 6-member commission, and all seats are at this point open.
So are we gonna do some for 2027 and half for 2027 and
3 for
half for
2020.
2029?
The years, I don't have the years on. mine.
It's 3 and 3, correct. They've all expired.
And you, okay, I just
so-
don't remember who we had.
So we have to do 3 for 2 years and
Okay.
3 for 4 years,
Okay.
as far as the nominees are concerned.
Yes. I'm just pulling up, maybe there was an updated list that had the years, the one I
So
was
we're
looking
gonna do
at.
3 for 2027
And 3 for.
and 3 for, at 2029.
Steve, the years of the terms that are expiring are in that appointments Excel sheet.
Right, I just,
Are you- Or for your names, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, for the specific individuals, yeah.
Actually,
So, under the minority rules, out of 6, there would be 2 that we could nominate. We have 2 names. How do you want us to divide up the
It would be
years?
yeah, if you want to do that and start there.
one for 4 years, one for 2 years, and then we would have 3 and 3.
Okay, so I would like to nominate Frank Capiello for 4 years and John Adamovich for 2 years. And, you'll see that he had served before. John Adamovich has served before, and apparently I never knew this, but there's this tradition of turning on a spigot and drinking water out of cup, and John's had that happy responsibility,
I don't- yeah.
and he would like to continue.
Well, let me second
Yeah.
it, and yes, that's actually like in the deed or the chart or something that
creation
that
of Sperry Park.
spring needs to have a cup, and they put it back in a year or 2 ago. They're both abutters as well, not necessarily to the park, but to they have access to Sperry through
Where they live.
where they live, which is nice.
Right, and I just wanted
the
to note
previous-
for the record that Frank Capiello did serve, but when he became police chief, he resigned.
And
So,
the
but he
previous
loves it.
previous members are aware that new members are being nominated, correct? Current members.
Well, one's for
The
Capella was for
Cliff
29.
Lynch, the
Yes.
last 2 on the roster,
Okay.
they're
that's-
aware.
Yep.
And also just for noting that there's not a conflict, given that John Adamovich, his role with rec does not conflict with,
That's my
Sorry.
understanding, but she seems to know more about Sperry Park than I do.
so that.
Yeah, I mean, it
that's-
is my backyard.
Yes, so I wanted to make sure, I brought up,
I
I just
don't-
wanted to make sure there wasn't any conflict with a town staff serving, so he's the head of our rec department.
Do you think that's a conflict?
And I don't think there is, but I just, this same bit of disclosure.
There's no money that he gets from being on
Right.
Sperry Park.
And it's not at the purview of the rec department. I don't believe there's
No, there's
anything
no.
that happens at Sperry that's the purview of the rec
No,
department.
to my understanding, it's only Public Works, who, and then the committee, who does projects. And then I know recently, was it the Land Trust or the Conservation Commission that added those signs, that
I think
grant?
that was Conservation
Yeah.
Commission through history, yeah.
Yeah, because they added one there.
So I just wanted to note that for,
Yeah.
there's not an issue there as far as I understand.
Not that I perceive any.
I don't see that.
Yeah.
So we have a motion and a second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
These are both for,
One is,
No.
One is
No,
for Frank.
Cariello was for 29,
and John is for 27?
correct.
okay, so for our spots, I'm sorry, I don't
I
have.
Could
have
you-
to admit, I took that in reverse alphabetical order as somebody who used to be a winterer. So, just for change of, it used to be at the end of the alphabet in
Her
my
last
name,
name used
my
to be-
last name. So I thought, well, instead of going alphabetical, let's go reverse. But that was all that was put into naming them. I don't want anybody to think that there was any significance to that.
So for the positions through 2029, we'll nominate Tim Austin and Ellen Skalatar.
I'll second that. Any discussion?
Curious, Tim Austin, obviously both names are highly recognizable. Tim Austin's interest and skills, I certainly, with his experience on conservation, et cetera. Are you able to shed light on Ellen's particular interest in the committee?
She has, oh, no,
I was going to say a love of the park.
Does she
Yeah,
really?
love
I've
the
never
park,
seen
and
her there, and
Yeah.
and so, is she ready to pick some barberry out of the foundation?
That I can't say. I cannot speak to.
I think she's very good at coordinating an effort to get that done.
Okay,
That's certainly something that she brings to the table.
it needs it.
And,
It needs some attention. The park needs some attention. It's gotten some in recent years, but it needs more.
She can be very persuasive in getting people motivated towards an end, so I think that would be helpful. and also looking for grant money and reaching out to, the state and government for
Okay,
that type
For
of thing.
assistance in getting those types of things done.
okay.
So, any other questions, comments? All in favor? Motion carries.
And then for the term ending 2027, we have a nomination for Leslie Lyons for a term ending 2027.
Second? Discussion?
Yes. I have concerns about that particular individual in being able to maintain a code of conduct that is, I think, required for anyone on any board or commission. Yeah.
My response would be, I know that she's been in part of a number of different board commissions or committees here in town. Commissions were committees, but committees for certain. And I've not received any issues or concerns along the lines of behavior or what you're.
Yeah.
So if there's something there, then
There are specific
it's-
examples that I don't feel appropriate to say publicly out of respect for her and privacy, but there are some concerning acts.
Okay.
Not necessarily in the capacity as a board or commissioner member, but as a member of the community.
I'm happy to hear that at another time. I'm not aware of it, and obviously, so my sense would be I would support Leslie because I'm not aware that
I understand.
of that type of thing that would
I understand.
make me change.
Yeah.
So, but if there are concerns with any of our members of our boards or commissions in terms of their behavior and/or activities, that's something that we would, from a town perspective, that's something that we definitely would want to know.
I
And we
was-
bring it up, and, again, we just had the discussion in terms of for cause,
Yep.
and that would be the
I was hoping to call you today, and then my work schedule just got a little too demanding. So I understand, and as I said, my awareness of conduct has not been through the capacity on a board or commission, but has been directed towards board or commission members. So.
I'd have to hear it.
Yeah.
I've only, my exposure to Leslie, and I've had a lot of it, because she's very engaged in terms of in terms of
In the
some
Democrat,
activities,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And I've known her to be nothing but lovely, committed, and dedicated, with very strong opinions on certain things. I'm familiar with one incident that created a stir. She explained what it was. I certainly approached her, felt it was an isolated incident, and we moved on, understanding that, that we'll do better next time. So,
I think in fairness to Ms. Lyons, I think we should just vote.
thank you. All in favor? Or, I'm sorry, any other comments?
Is that all right with you?
That's all right with me.
All in favor? Any opposed? I would cast it the last ballot to keep Leslie Lyons in. So my last vote goes in favor of Leslie.
So you'll double vote, if you
Correct.
what you're saying.
Correct.
Thank you.
So the motion carries.
May I just ask a question?
Please.
Not specific to her, though, obviously, it's context, but if the code, I'm sorry, what's it called? When you ask someone to step off a board?
Removal?
Yeah, but it's based on
Cause.
Cause, thank you. Simple word escaped my mind. Is cause specific only through the capacity in which they're sitting, or can
I
an
don't think it's
incident?
defined.
It specifies in there, it goes beyond that,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's broader than just like their specific.
what they're doing
Okay.
in that
Okay,
commission.
thank you.
So,
But it's not defined either, right?
No, it's.
In our code, there is some jurisprudence as to what cause would be, but there
Okay.
is not, is that fair?
That's fair.
I'm sorry, I'm stepping into
Not
your
at all.
toes.
You got it.
All right, thank you.
and the last,
We've got two. Housing.
no, we have to renominate or reappoint Jane Chernow,
yes.
and I'll make a motion to reappoint Jane Chernow to the Asbury Park Commission
I'll
For what
second
term?
that.
for the term 2027.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
No,
All in favor? Motion carries.
sorry, I assumed there was none.
Thank you. Next item is the Town Planning and Zoning Commission. There are 9 members, 3 alternates, 6 sitting. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 current that we have to fill, and 1 other. So,
So I'll make the nomination for Rob McClure to fill the regular position being vacated by Andrew Skolnick, and that's a term ending 2029. Rob is an architect and an unaffiliated voter, and I think he brings a much-needed skill set to our TPZ.
second?
So could you just explain what is this aspect of architecture degree that you think would be most helpful? Is it in, I mean, there is an architectural review board, or has been in the past, or is it that? Or
I
are you
believe
thinking
it's-
about blueprints? I mean, I just don't quite understand it.
So I think it's actually pretty self-evident that an architect would bring skills relevant to town planning and zoning, but I'll say, they're do design, managing and leading projects, and they're also communicating about big projects. So his experience, I think, is going to lend itself pretty well to a board that doesn't have that skill set right now to talk about building integrity and such, and design. So lots of questions that came up that we saw over the last year. We will have someone with direct experience on big projects. So I think it's
Fair enough, and I would just note that we're proposing an architect for the Housing Commission under similar concepts,
Yeah,
that it's
I would
relevant.
expect- yeah.
So.
May I ask?
I wasn't trying to do a gotcha,
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
just trying to,
Yeah.
new person, we just
Sure.
need to flesh out for the public.
Yeah.
Is this the only alternate moving up?
This is a filling. This is not an alternate.
Oh,
There
I'm
no-
sorry.
This is so.
You're
Andrew
right,
Skolnick
McClure-
has
McClure.
stepped off, so
Yeah.
McClure is moving into
Okay.
this spot.
So, this is gonna come up later, but we would just note that we have pushed hard and believe that Bob Wisnia should be moved up to a full spot, and I'm not sure of the circumstances with respect to one individual, but I gather that where we're headed is that Bob Wisnia will not have an opportunity to move up, and we're very disappointed. We think on the same way that alternates were moved up under inland wetlands, that they should be moved up in TPC.
I would just say in our last 2 years, we had multiple vacancies where people did move up. And obviously Bob ended up filling a vacancy as a result of people moving off the commission during the last 2 years, and then filling an alternate vacancy. But so there may yet be opportunities, but in terms of this nomination,
In this case-
we're putting forward the candidate who we think brings a really valuable skill set to the TPZ.
We are also replacing a full member who's a Democrat with a full member who's a Democrat,
Rob's actually a U, but
Oh, U.
not unaffiliated.
but one of our people.
Yes.
I understand that. It just is, it's a particularly important commission, and we don't have 3 people there, and out of 9, and we're not even getting 2 that can vote on a regular basis, so it's disappointing. But you have the votes.
Any other comments?
Oh, I would say it's greater than disappointing.
Well, fine.
Okay.
Because, I mean, especially now, with half the town, wanting different leadership. And I feel like having that representation on the full term seats is more important now than ever. But I understand this is just one we're talking about right now, so.
I also think in reviewing them, I'm not sure that the votes on TPZ were split along party lines. either. So I think that there has been some diversity of thought on both sides, from D's, from R's, and from U's on the board in the past, which is really what we're hoping for, that people can evaluate things on individual basis and according to the law, not necessarily according to a party affiliation. But I do understand the spirit of what you're saying.
It's actually a very excellent point. I think the record in terms of what the way people have voted, particularly lately with the issues that are prevalent at the moment in time, indicate that that folks are free thinkers and thinking for themselves. So I'm not seeing that it's that.
I would actually have to say that the people on the TBZ are in desperate need of greater education and greater assistance in understanding what the parameters are for their decisions. So they may, I would dispute some of that, not so much, but, and I just think that we as a full body need to be very focused as much as possible on bringing talent to TBZ, and in the case of Bob Wisnia in particular, irrespective of his affiliation or who put him up, he served on the ZBA for many years. He comes to TBZ with not just, his term as an alternate, but in order to be on the Zoning Board of Appeals, you had to have known what was being appealed, so you had to know the regulations, and he has proved to be somebody who has put in the time to become an expert and go significantly beyond the minimum education that is expected of a TPC member. So.
As have a number of other members of the board, can be said the same thing.
Absolutely.
So
I think, to your point, we've focused on putting talent on this board, and I think it's very clear that that's what we've done with the candidates we are putting forward today and that we've put forward previously, at least in my time.
So the thing that I'm confused about is in taking one individual, because I don't want on this issue to be sort of, marking one individual or isolating. I'm just trying to understand what else is happening here in terms of full membership. So we would be renominating Paul Schatz.
Correct.
Who was actually your nominee, did a fine job, and we want to nominate him. But since that's the way he can stay on.
You're recognizing that we can nominate people who do their jobs well.
It's possible.
Thank you.
I said that.
I appreciate
I said that.
Thank you very much.
And so we are taking him on since you all would have thrown that ball at us. So, but the question is, with respect to the there's two other slots. So just so I understand it, where are we headed? Because when we.
So where we are headed is we are filling the spot vacated by Andy Skolnick with Rob McClure as a regular member.
We have to vote on that.
No, I'm just trying to understand that for discussion.
Prior to
I
vote,
understand.
prior to voting, it's part of
Well,
discussion.
it's part of discussion in terms of determining how I will vote on
And
this
the
individual.
regular members are being, whose terms are up, you are renominating Paul Schatz, which we support, and we are renominating Ben Cherry
Oh,
to fill his spot.
you are.
Yes.
Okay.
So
That's why
those-
we need, that
didn't
was
know
not
that.
what
I didn't know
that had been left unclear
Okay,
to
so-
us, so that's what we're trying to
No,
understand.
Yes,
that's okay.
so
This is why
those
we're
two
asking.
are being renominated to continue in their roles, and then the other candidates that are in your packet listed as alternates, Mel Medina and Matt Edwards are being appointed as alternates, and Bob Wisnia will remain as an alternate. So that's the makeup that we are heading towards
Okay.
with these nominations tonight.
Okay.
And so the motion and second we have on the table is for Rob McClure to fill the spot being vacated by Andy Skolnick for a term ending in 2029.
Any other additional discussion?
I just a heads up, I'm gonna vote for him only because I think that sounds like it's a Bob Wisnia slot, and as opposed to, because it's new and it's a new vacancy, so it's no impingement on this particular person and his skill set, but the fact that I think it would be better to move Bob Wisnia up and make this gentleman an
Understood.
alternate. So on that basis, I will vote no.
That is my reasoning as well. Not out of, I
Thank you.
appreciate you finding someone with this architecture background, and I hope that they do well, but Wisnia has served TPC very well, and I believe should have a proper seat at the table.
Any other questions, comments? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Next nomination?
I'll renominate Ben Cherry to serve as a regular member, another additional term as regular member through 2029.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries.
Would you like to renominate Paul Schatz?
Thank you. I will nominate Paul Schatz to serve another 4-year term.
Second.
You got it.
Any discussion?
And get your shoes, right?
All in favor? Motion carries.
I just want to say thank you to both Ben and Paul for being willing to serve again. It's been a tremendous
Absolutely.
amount of time.
Absolutely.
Oh, and I will say.
And to the new
it was-
people
And to the
willing.
new
Are you
people
kidding?
willing.
That's
Yeah, not-
courageous. Yeah. Sorry, Amy. Go ahead.
No, I just would like to say with respect to Dr. Cherry in particular, I respect some of the statements he's made most recently about the need to reconsider. And I just hope we can provide him and all the members of the TBZ the expertise that they need in order to make decisions in full accordance with the parameters that are and options that are available to them.
Understood. So at this time, I will nominate Mel Medina to serve a term being ending 2027, which has been vacated by the resignation of Sarah Locke.
Second.
That's a new appointment.
Yes, so there, Medina
This is for the Sarah Lock, so 2027.
2027.
As an alternate.
as an alternate.
Okay.
So it's an
For the
alternate.
record, her skill set.
Mel,
Rational.
his skill
So,
set.
excuse
So
me.
Mel Medina worked for the ACLU for about 10 years before now working with the Connecticut Project, and they do a number of sort of state level advocacy for affordable affordable living in the state, fair elections, affordable housing, a number of things that I think concern the well-being of both Woodbridge residents and residents across the state, although his work has not been to Woodbridge specific, it's been state level advocacy.
So I will be voting against this gentleman because he sounds like an advocate for affordable housing. And I think what we need is people who are not prejudging things, but are instead open to all points of view, particularly in this town on that topic. I think everybody in this town is for affordable housing, but I think that there's substantial disagreement about the way to get there. So I'm just concerned with his history of advocacy. If he comes in with a preconception of where we should be going as opposed to listening to
We're-
residents in this instance and trying to parse the way to best go forward in the interests of both the residents and in respect to the law.
I think
Advoc-
is, oh, sorry.
Please.
I hear what you're saying as well, and we've had time to reach out. I think where his expertise may actually lend a hand is in the planning portion of planning and zoning, because we do need to increase the number of affordable units in this town, and I think he may have some insight in how to properly plan for that. Given his background. And so I think that's something that he can bring to the table and he can offer to TPZ. I think we've been lacking in the thoughtful planning and foresight of how to, in the direction to take the town to do, what we need to do to contribute to that and still maintain control of how that happens in our town. And I think he brings an expertise that will help us in that planning portion.
So in
There's-
that regard, my concern is, and this is based on the conversation that just occurred on TPZ, is a focus on providing regs that would be available to a private developer as opposed to looking at the myriad of ways that we can achieve better affordable housing, two of which are firmly within our jurisdiction, one of which is how do we promote ADUs. And I think that's a matter of whether it's tax incentive or what it would be, it's a matter for the Board of Selectmen. And the other is CHAFA mortgages, and how can we promote more of that, an opportunity for more people in town. I guess the data I've heard is we have a few, but other towns have more. So I just would say, that's one example, and then the other example of this is, if we, the Board of Selectmen collectively and others, work with nonprofits, we can bring in people who have far more than what, in terms of affordable units, as a percentage, than what may be the minimum that only can be, all the TPZ can do in their
Amy-
regs is
Amy,
specify a
I
minimum.
appreciate your point. Let's
So-
not get into the
Fine,
discussion
but
on
I
what's
think, just think it's
going on here.
important, that's what my concern is, because his
And there's-
perspective
and
is
there's-
looking at
There's no
minimums.
reason to feel that someone who advocates for housing won't advocate for ADUs or advocate for any other thing. Mel Medina, I support Mel Medina fully and completely because he's a good man. He is an advocate for what's good in this country, or what's good in this state, and that's what he advocates for. He is a thoughtful man who looks at different opinions, considers different sides of any argument, and reacts according to what he feels is the appropriate thing based on the data that he receives and what he sees as being said. He's conscientious, he's sensitive, and he's smart, very smart. He's got all the qualifications. Because someone is an advocate does not preclude them from being able to be fair and consider the different sides of the story and make a decision based on that.
No, but I'm saying that his skill set is in.
Your opinion, if you don't want to vote for him because he's an advocate, that's fine. But to indicate that because he's an advocate, that's a problem, that's just not true. And that's what I'm saying. So,
Seems like we'll find out.
yes, we will, as we have for others. Yes, we will, as we have for others.
Well,
But-
in respect to the fact that, as I said, I think we should have 3 people here, I have expressed some concerns, but the reason I will be voting against him is because of the slot.
Understood.
Been consistent. So, yes, I understand. Any other questions? Any other comments? All in favor of Mel Medina? All opposed? Thank you.
And the next nomination for a term ending 2029 and TPZ alternate is Matt Edwards. I'll make the nomination. Sorry.
Second.
And qualifications for the public?
Let me pull his up as well. Matt Edwards is a retired Navy pilot and significant work in currently working with Sikorsky, and currently on the board of directors for the Woodbridge Park Association, which he served as the treasurer for the last 4 years. He's the assistant scoutmaster for our local troop 63. Also reached out about, expressed an interest in serving, and I think his significant work in the Navy is a really interesting one, from sort of operations and risks and assessing systems, and I think he will bring the sort of well-rounded thoughtfulness to complement this commission, and I think starting him in the alternate position is appropriate to get him up to speed on the town planning and zoning regs, but I think he's going to bring something, a dedication and skill set that I think will be valuable to the commission.
So,
He has expertise in program management, operations management, contract management. He's an outstanding communicator, and he has extensive experience in what he's done with regard to building teams and leading organizations.
Matt is a great guy. I have the pleasure of serving with him on the Woodbridge Park Association. I really enjoy working with him, and I through that capacity, I see, and I'm so appreciative of his service in the Navy and all that he's done for our collective. That being said, I don't see the relevancy to town planning and zoning, particularly at this time in our town's history. I think we need much more relevant experience for anyone being put on the board, on the commission, I'm sorry. For that reason, I don't support his appointment here. But Matt, I appreciate your willingness to serve.
Additional comments? All in favor? Motion carries. I'm sorry. All opposed? Motion carries.
It does
Thank you.
carry, but thank you for letting us register our vote.
I know we've got another commission to do. Can we pause? I would ask that we take a break,
Yeah.
a recess, like a
Sure.
5-minute recess.
Try to keep it at 5. See,
Five.
We're getting close. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last item for appointment for tonight is our Housing Commission. This is a newly formed commission, so all members will be new, and we will be splitting the term. There are 6 members, so 3 will be for terms that end on 2027, and 3 will be for terms that end in 2029.
Mika, before we go into housing, can I make one more comment about TPZ appointments?
Please.
Okay, thank you. I just noticed that they're all male. And I just want to say that I think we could all agree that that's not ideal. Nothing
not ideal.
against the male sex, but diversity of all types is
We've
really important. So
we did reach out to.
I'm sure,
folks,
and I'm
so-
sure that we did as well. Sometimes it's just the way the cookie crumbles, but I do think perhaps moving forward, if we can set an intention to get some gender diversity on that
Completely
board.
agree, and it's definitely something we considered and feel is important,
Okay.
as you can tell by the makeup of our board.
I know, and I'm,
I think there was, we didn't have a lot of people knocking down the doors. I think this is a
I
really
can't
heavy.
imagine why.
It's a heavy lift, and it is something that requires you to gain a lot of knowledge. Even if
Yes.
you bring certain skill sets
Yes.
to the area, and I think I think people, and I give them credit for that, saying that they could not take that on at this time. But it's a great point. I'm glad you brought it up, and certainly something that we're all thinking of.
Thank you, I agree.
thanks for letting me say it.
So for the Housing Commission, because this is a newly created commission, our Housing Committee has been, this charge has ended and the Housing Commission is beginning. So this is a commission that has 6 members. We will be nominating 2 through a term 2029, Mary Dean and Dominic Thomas. For positions ending 2029.
Okay, I'm sorry. We are having a quick sidebar, trying to
Understood.
figure out who we would nominate for 4 years and who for 2.
Okay, so if
Yeah.
you want to take a moment
No,
to
no,
do-
no,
so
that's
we'll-
all right.
yeah.
So,
So we have our 2 for 2029 are Mary Dean and Dominic Thomas.
okay, so Dominic Thomas, it was not on the Housing Committee most recently, but he was originally on.
Yes.
And remind me of Dominic.
And,
Thomas's-
Turning with housing background, and as you mentioned, with experience in this field. Matter of fact, probably a subject matter expert in regards to housing in the state of Connecticut.
Okay.
I don't think we have
No, we didn't have that 4th name before.
that. Oh, okay, yeah. So I haven't seen the resume, but
We'll
that's
get you his resume. We'll make sure that it's in there.
okay. Thank
But
you.
he has served in the past, so we
You don't have
we
that
just have
one?
to get it.
Okay. Okay. So that Dominic was 2029
Dominic and Mary Dean,
and Mary Dean.
who was serving previously on the Housing Committee most recently.
Any other
And
questions?
that means, so your other 2 that
And
you
the-
shared with us before would be 2-year terms?
Yes, Elaine Feldman and Louis Schaefer.
Okay.
Any additional questions? All in favor? All opposed?
I'm going to abstain just because I don't have the resumes.
Understood.
So that's all.
Yeah, I know who Dominic is. I have some concerns about the way the housing report came out during the tenure, that he was the initial report, but I think that in fairness, it was an issue that it was rushed through the Board of Selectmen, not on him, so I will vote for him. And for Mary Dean.
So that was
So it's 5
5
for
and
and
one
one
abstention.
abstention.
And then I'll make the nominations for Elaine Feldman and Louis Schaefer for a term ending 2027. So it's-
Second.
So is Lou off of ZBA?
No.
Didn't we put Lou on ZBA?
Yes.
Okay,
ZBA
but no longer.
alternate, right? Or
He's an
Hasn't-
alternate.
He's an alternate.
He still is an alternate.
Okay,
on
and is
ZBA.
that okay to be on ZBA and housing? ZBA,
Yes.
There isn't, we specifically didn't build in any prohibition into the ordinance that was passed, so they can serve on both.
Okay.
It's not a,
Oh,
it's
that's
not,
right.
there's
We
not an
talked
issue
about
with
that.
ZBA.
Okay. Okay. And I'm just trying to find, repeat the other name. I'm
Elaine
sorry.
Feldman.
Yeah, where is?
We have a resume for Elaine.
Renominate. I'm
I
looking in
did
the
get,
wrong.
No,
I
she's
did
a
get
renominate.
one, but she's an older one, and I couldn't find one in Jerry Shaw's files, so I put all the resumes that I were given by the nominating
So I
committees
can't find them, I'm in the wrong folder.
And was she serving on the committee?
She was.
Yeah, that's why it sounds so familiar.
You would know Elaine 1,000% if you saw her. She's
Curly-
been around, short,
Curly,
white
short
hair.
Curly hair. Okay. I do. I think she
Yeah.
was in some campaign photos.
Yes, that is-
In my
that is
mailbox.
Elaine.
Yes.
That is Elaine. That is Elaine.
So, I'd like to just register some concern about the members of the Housing Committee who have been serving because they endorsed 1,500 new units in the town. That seems to me excessive when we have 3,500. So I have concerns about that.
They felt that they should put in an aspirational goal for a 20-year period. Be that, whether you consider that appropriate or not is not the, but please, nobody was saying they wanted 1,500 units in 5 years or anything like that. It was a 20-year goal that they felt they should put as aspirational, something that the town can shoot for and hope that they get more than we have. So it was not intended as as any kind of a blueprint or anything else. It was an aspirational goal that they decided they would put in just for that purpose. So,
And I think this is a new commission, and they'll have a chance to make some new plans for growth, and they can have guidance from the Board of Selectmen and other input from the town, so that I think, I would hope, this is a fresh commission, even though there are
Understood.
people who are returning, and I would say I have concerns with that number. It's not a number that I would endorse.
Nor did
So-
any of us.
Nor did, right. So,
Endorse. It wasn't meant to be endorsed.
So I think, as our role in sort of communicating with all the commissions, we can make that clear in our communications and sort of planning together with them. But heard, I share that. But I think this commission has a brand new charge and an opportunity to. And a year where we've really heard a lot about housing from the town, and they will need to take that into their consideration for the advice that they give.
Understood, but I have, with respect, as you know, from the passage of the housing report back, affordable housing plan back in 2022, I think it was, I have had concerns about the text, then I've had concerns about the engagement of the commission itself. I think at the very end, when they started having forums, that was useful. But as a result of the folks that voted us in, who are nearly half of the town, who were in favor of smart growth, I have concerns about aspirations, even if they're aspirations of 1,500. So I will be voting no on these two.
Understood.
Their forums have been going on for quite some time. It's not just recently. They've done forums for as long as I've been in office. They've been doing forums, and it is one of the very well-done things that they have done. And they've introduced us to a lot of contacts and a lot of, including people in the state who are very helpful, people who we're working with on a regular basis, like LISC, like the folks who developed Lascana. And those contacts and that interaction has happened through the Housing Commission and its leadership. And so I think they've done actually quite an excellent job, particularly considering that those are exactly the things that people are saying that we should be doing and we need. And we've been working with those people now for a while, so it's something that I think we can indeed do. And hopefully we will be able to collaborate on and agree upon in terms of getting those types of things done.
Be delighted to hear that there has been contact with LISC and with the developer Lascana. As somebody who has not been on this board, I'm not aware of that, and I look forward to working with you on those efforts.
Excellent. So that's one of the reasons that I feel that type of work is one of the reasons I feel it is important that we give them the opportunity to continue. They've learned as they've gone. They've progressed over in my short time that I've been exposed to it. The individuals in the group, in them as a group, have progressed, and I think we're heading in a great direction. with the leadership and additional expertise that someone like Dominic Thomas brings, I think we're going in a good way, going in a very good direction.
Are
And
any-
I feel like we had been going in a good direction previously as well.
Does, once appointed, does the commission determine the chair?
Yes.
So we have a motion and a second for Elaine Feldman and Louis Schaefer.
Any other discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries.
Would you like to make your nominees in the years that you would like them?
Yeah, it's sort of a pick one out of the hat. I guess I'll do it this way, and I hope the gentleman understands. So when I became first selectman, I booted, inadvertently, I guess, Mr. Swanson from being chair for 10 years of the Town Plan and Zoning Commission. So I feel like I owe him a little something. So I will nominate him for a 4-year term to serve to 2029. And with David Lober, with my apologies, I will nominate him, who has also ably served our town, more recently as Board of Selectmen member.
We should do one at a time because of the different terms.
Okay, fine. So we'll start with
Swanson.
Beck Swanson for a 4-year term.
Beck Swanson.
So I got ahead of myself.
Sorry,
Hold on. The 4-year term is
Beck.
Charles
Beckman
Beckman
Swanson.
Swanson Senior.
And I'm sorry, I
record.
provided the resume to you all late.
Oh, yep, I have it, and then David Lober's going for the other guy.
David,
For 27.
David Lober,
Yep,
but
okay.
we're doing that separately, so,
Yep, perfect.
so we're starting out with Mr. Swanson, and we have a second, so.
Yes, a second.
Yeah, and just under discussion, I'd just like to say, that Beck is an architect,
I don't
as
think we had a
mentioned.
second yet. did we?
I second.
Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Beck is an architect, and he has actually worked on multifamily. It's in his resume, so I think he brings a great knowledge. He actually, when I called him, pointed out an example of a very well-done affordable housing project on Valley. So he's familiar with what has been built and what can be built in our area. I think he'll bring some knowledge and skill set to the committee.
And as you mentioned, he was chair of TPZ for quite
10
some
years?
time.
10 years.
And served for 12, so.
Yeah, and they were aware of housing issues then, so he said he's aware of this topic and interested.
Call vote.
Any additional comments? All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you. And now I'd like to nominate David Lober for a 2-year term to 2027.
I'll second.
And any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, David Lober, yeah, so I would just note that David served on the Board of Selectmen for 2 terms, and as he noted in his own summary, was deeply engaged in all the town issues, including the issue of housing, and he also brings an unusual skill set by family ties that I knew already, which is one of the reasons we contacted him, that his daughter is a planner by profession, and they frequently had occasion to speak about the planning needs in the town of Woodbridge when he was serving, and I'm sure we'll be tapping into her expertise as he continues to serve. And you got his resume, which he apologized. The font was a little, the skew was a little off because he was working off of an old printer and an old computer, but all the information is there.
He is forgiven.
I know and respect David. I've worked with him on the Board of Selectmen, as a matter of fact, but I do go to what point that you made earlier in terms of representative to the ad hoc committee to preserve the country club of Woodbridge is at a predisposition type of a scenario as relates to where he stands on housing and or development. And where does, I'd like.
My understanding of him is he is hoping to avoid, as he said, thinking that there's a zero-sum game, that it's either open space or it's housing, and believes that we firmly can achieve both, and so that's where he's coming from. So he said it himself in his summary.
He said it where? I'm sorry.
In his summary,
in his statement of interest.
Yeah, his statement of interest. So.
I remember, no, he
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Yep. It's on the third page of his document. I also remember when he served on Board of Selectmen, his advocacy that this wasn't necessarily for new housing, but for senior housing and support. So I think he has a precedent for considering Woodbridge's housing population and housing needs. And obviously, you know, I think he did a great service to our town in his tenure.
That's a good point. The Housing Commission will not only address necessarily affordable housing,
Yeah.
but the issue that we
It's
have
not
is
their
senior
only
housing.
charge.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? All in favor? I'm going to abstain on this one, Allison.
Did that
Thank you.
pass though?
Yes, it did.
Yes,
pass.
that's,
Motion
uh,
carries. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Motion
Five.
carries.
It was 5 yays, 1 abstention.
So
All right.
That is all of our commissions.
That's all our commissions.
Well, next week we do
For tonight's
ED,
business.
yeah,
For
okay.
tonight's
We can
So we-
revisit any openings that
Okay,
that we
And
left.
there are more that we need to do, and we will take those up next
great.
time.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is initiate charter revision process. Steve, I'm going to turn this over to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a moment, but I guess I will start by saying, you know, we would like to initiate charter revisions this evening, and our hope would be at our meeting next week to follow up with a charge and appointment for that committee. Obviously, we have a couple of new members to the Board of Selectmen here, but we've discussed it and budgeted for it. And, budgeted for this, and we've discussed it a number of times over the last 6 months. And my hope is to get this going. I suppose I can read the resolution. I believe that's what I'm supposed to do, so I'm going to do that now. I don't know if we can waive the reading of the resolution, but
Yeah, you
It's not
can.
long.
Let's-
It's not
if you
long.
don't mind, I mean, I wouldn't mind waiving.
I second that.
I
I would
just,
love that for us.
Thanks.
I did not get a chance to read it. Is it step 1 in Nick Belmonte's?
Yes, so it is,
and what was that,
step
in
one is
June?
to initiate, and so you have to be, part of initiating is reading the resolution to initiate the charge.
Okay,
So
but all it does is initiate, there's no other further steps we're taking, just for the
correct.
the benefit of the
There's no
public.
further step. What this does is it requires us to appoint the commission within 30 days.
Yes.
And I'm suggesting that we make that
And-
the appointments and charge at our meeting next
And
Wednesday.
we
the
will
14th.
try to
And I'm happy.
work with
The
you
only
on that.
agenda item, my understanding, based on our discussions previously, is that we could have, if we wanted to, also do appointments, et cetera, if that's how we opted to do it. In this case, we opted to initiate, since we knew we were having a meeting next week. It gives us some time to administratively make sure we're able
Yeah.
to take care of that.
It's tough with the holidays to
So.
get them all in order.
So,
Yep, we appreciate that. So you have a motion to waive the reading of the
Yes.
resolution?
Yes.
So-
And just to be clear, the motion to, at this initial initiating stage, I mean, that is just what this resolution's doing, but it's also identifying the number of
Right.
commission members.
Right,
So there
which is
is
7.
Yes, okay.
7, yes.
Thank you. That's why I wanted to be
And-
clear where we
Right,
were.
and that resolution is in the packet as well.
Okay,
So-
I didn't get a chance to
and it
read
is-
it because I just got this new
And it
computer
is the
today.
same as the one we've read previously,
Okay.
a couple of times.
Yes,
The
okay.
computer is the star of this meeting.
So we won't read the resolution, but the motion is there to initiate.
is there
the charge.
is there any question about waiving the reading?
Well,
All in,
has the attorney reviewed it and has said that we're doing what we're supposed to in that resolution?
I have.
Okay, all
attorneys
right.
provided it.
He gave it to me. a long
If
time
I
ago.
assumed he drafted it, so therefore we are
Months ago.
following the state law, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
It's in accordance with state law. Okay. All right.
All in favor of waiving the reading? Motion carries.
This means on the 14th, I'm adding this now to the list of the 14th.
That was just to waive the reading of the resolution. We haven't voted on the resolution itself.
Okay.
So we waive the reading, and we have, yes, that is essentially, the resolution is a motion to initiate charter
Initiate,
revision.
so we just initiate?
Well, we waived the reading, but,
Okay.
yes,
I mean,
yes,
the
essentially.
term, the
No,
term resolution is
resolution
kind of
is,
thrown, I mean, really, it's just a motion reduced to writing, so we have, you
Okay.
know, it in writing, so it's very clear. You know, it's been
We can adopt
posted,
the resolution.
you can move to adopt the resolution.
So I will make the motion to adopt the resolution to initiate charter revision.
I'll second, or it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Tag, you're
You,
right.
you got it.
Any additional discussion on this?
I just want to make sure I understand it. So the statute does provide that not more than 1/3 of the
Yes.
members may hold a public office.
Correct.
Correct.
And then in turn, the membership has to be a bare majority.
Right. So
Correct.
Those are
So that
also
would be
statute.
4 and 3.
4 and 3.
Correct.
Yeah, just for the
Maximum
fact.
4.
So
It doesn't
maximum
have, doesn't
four.
have to be 4, so, but it's a maximum of 4 from one party.
So would is this the time to discuss the timeline, or is that a separate
No,
conversation?
No, this is just the resolution
Okay.
to initiate. the
But I
process.
did share a timeline.
Yeah, I saw, yeah. I
Most
don't,
urgent timeline, like Steve said, once you approve this initiation resolution, within 30 days, you have to fill the appointments.
sure. And, thank you. And we're committed to also presenting a charge.
Yeah, so, yeah, we don't have to, but I believe we should.
But I think we want to.
But I believe we should. and
I want to.
I said,
Okay.
I have a charge prepared for to.
We're working on something
Yes,
too.
so, we can have those things shared and happy to have them immediately to look at.
Okay.
Okay, we're still working, but we'll share 'em.
Okay.
This is something we've wanted to do for a while. So,
So, okay, so I'm not sure where we are. Have we voted?
We-
So,
we've
we have
moved
a
and
first and a
seconded.
second to adopt the resolution, and now it's.
and we were
time
having
to vote.
discussion. So is there any additional discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you.
So now I'm putting that appointment.
Next
up.
item.
That is gonna be on the 14th.
Yes.
Yes. Along with the
Appointment in charge.
appointment in charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would just ask on the charge that we leave, I don't know how specific we need to be in the, in the notice, but I can anticipate there will be some things we agree on and some things we do not. And I'd like to have the flexibility that we also offer, you know, a majority and minority recommendations in that charge. Just so that the full suite of considerations should be taken to the Charter Revision Commission, and then they can figure it out.
They can, agree.
Yeah.
The great
I
thing
think
about
it would
this-
be,
yeah.
I think we'd never get there if we had to all agree.
No, exactly. And I think the great thing about this is that the Charter Revision Commission is not bound or limited by
No.
what we provide.
Right.
So it's just, but what they are responsible for is they're required to comment on each recommendation. So we will provide recommendations as part of the charge, and they're required to respond to them directly. Now, one of their
So it
first
shows that they've
just
considered
shows
them.
they show they consider it. Whereas one of their first pieces of business is to hold a public hearing, so that the public can then come and offer to them. They don't necessarily have to respond to those directly, but they do need to respond to the Board of Selectmen's charge directly.
But I think the Board of Selectmen's charge, whether it's unanimous or two different versions, that will help provide some scope for the public
Absolutely.
hearing, as opposed to the public coming in and say, we have no
Yeah.
idea what should happen. This way they have specific
Yeah.
items for consideration on which they can comment. And I think that's helpful
Agreed.
to the public hearing process.
It's helpful not only to the public, but to the commission itself. I
Yeah.
mean, these folks, you're obviously gonna try to put in whoever has the institutional knowledge and an understanding of the town, but, I mean,
Yeah.
there's gonna be work to go through and identify what's ripe for consideration at least, so, yeah, we certainly encourage it.
And a prioritization of that. I
Yeah.
mean, it's possible that there are a lot of things, maybe they focus on, you know, group A, they make a decision of prioritizing certain ones to get to, through the timeline to a resolution, and then perhaps there's continuation of their work for some other things as well, so.
Well, I'll just say, as a person who was here when we had our last Charter Revision Commission, that I appreciate the opportunity to give them suggestions, because I don't recall that being a provision 25 years ago.
We find it makes sense, so.
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of it with 2 other towns
Yeah, I
right
think
now.
it's helpful
Wow.
to the Charter Revision Committee, so.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is discussion on providing Board of Selectmen email addresses. This is a discussion that we've had with the previous board. We had opted that we would, but we wanted to wait until we migrated to the .gov platform before we did it. There was no reason to give them out and then just change them. At this point in time, we've identified as a result of going to the .gov, the cost that we thought, the previous cost we had estimated at around less than $1,000, or I think it was less than $900 or $800. We have identified very specifically that the cost is $33 per email per month, which is closer to $2,000 annually. And it was one that was, when we discussed it in the past, it was a item where most folks already have a separate email for town business, so there wasn't necessarily a clamoring to take this on as well, keeping in mind that if you do get a town email, obviously you have to do the town training that goes along with security and things of that nature, and you will get, you get spam tests and things of that nature, just as we do here in town. So wanted to bring it up again, understanding what the costs are and identifying whether or not it's something that folks still wanted to move forward with. So I'll open that up.
Mika, I understand it could be confusing to the public if some of us have town emails and others don't, but
Totally agree.
could it be on a case-by-case basis, or is it all or none?
Just from the perspective of what you described,
Yeah.
it would be confusing.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean? If you're all willing, we could list your individual emails as the ones that you're using for town. You can list those as the town emails, but obviously, we don't do that right now.
Yeah.
We give the names, we don't do the emails for the Board of Selectmen.
I will, of course, go with the group. In the past, I spoke against I don't have interest in this only because I already have so many email accounts, and I've had my Woodbridge Gmail account, so that could be confusing for but for the newcomers, especially, like I would accommodate getting a new one if it is the right path forward. I'm open, but I
Appreciate it.
don't need it. Or
And as I've stated before, but just for Amy and Lauren, since you were not here, I have a town email account, so this is really on you. This is really what you folks decide. The dollars are calculated now. We're talking about $2,000 a year. Is that the end of the world? No, it's not. But if it's not something that people want to do, then why use it? But that's entirely up to you, how you use it, and what benefits you think you get out of it.
Well, I mean, it's not the end of the world, but also it all adds up. I mean, I find myself sort of in the same position that Andrea is. I'm not married to either option. But one of the questions I would ask is there a level of security that benefits the town if we do this? Is this something that would be beneficial to the town for the money that would have to be spent?
No, this is a benefit to you. And the way that I look at it from a security standpoint, nothing is more secure than having fewer people on the platform. The most risk that comes from a security standpoint is the more people you have who have email accounts, obviously the more risk there is in terms of security breaches. Because generally speaking, the vast majority of attacks or damage that's done to a network or a system is done through an email account. So
it's actually safer for the town.
safer for the town if we don't, yes, if we don't give the lesser number of emails we give out, the lesser opportunity there is for that to happen. However, the pro part that I'll say to you has to do with litigation, which is really what brought this up to begin with. And if you have town email accounts, if there's something that needs to be done right now, it's not a hard thing because you have a town email account. But we could have our integrator, we can have our support just pull those accounts as opposed to you putting it in a file and sending it. But because you have a single email account, if you have, the folks who had difficulty were the folks who were using, like myself, who are using my personal email account for town business, in which case now you have to search through because, a word, a keyword that they want you to do is tax. Well, I don't want to give all my tax information out to anybody.
yeah.
So that type of thing. But if you've started with your own account, that's not an issue. You know, because you're doing the same thing, you just put it in a folder, you send it in, and you're done. So,
And so, if we don't vote on this, Lauren and Amy, and I can help Amy.
I just need somebody to help me
Yeah,
because I
it's
can't do
2
this on
minutes,
my own.
if
But
it's
I
June.
I have a Gmail account for shopping, which is on this right now temporarily, but if somebody can give me something that says Amy at Woodbridge or something, then that's fine. I do want to have separation, and I'm intending to have the discipline that, you know, it's on this computer and it's not on other stuff.
Connect your Gmail to your Outlook.
What?
Yeah, we can help you.
Yeah, that's,
We need this. Yeah, I need support.
We can-
But I'm happy
That's
to
the
do it.
easiest
I
thing
just
to
have a
do is
question.
run your Gmail through your Outlook.
Correspondence that comes in from the public, does correspondence typically come directly to you and then you?
we have a town hall account.
So it generally comes to, for the Board of Selectmen, it usually comes to me as the clerk of the Board of Selectmen for your meetings, like most often. That said, once I set up your SharePoint, there is an email address, that would be like Board of Selectmen, that it would go out to all of you that we could put for correspondence.
Because that's what I'm wondering,
It
like,
would
if,
send it out to whatever email addresses I
Yeah.
have you registered under the SharePoint with.
because I don't necessarily
email,
need to
right?
like
yeah, it's,
field emails and respond to
You
them.
don't get, no, that's.
I would
If
be,
you-
I'm more so receiving correspondence because I have to hear from
Like-
the
Correct.
public. So as long as I can receive that through some sort of town channel in a way that everybody equally gets to receive that information.
I do think the reality is, Lauren, that all of us are well-known to people as individuals, and if they have our email already, they may tend to send it to the email they have. So
I will tell you, I will miss things in my personal account. There's
Yeah.
so much
There's
going on in
But-
there. It's
but
more
all
that
I'm
I don't want to
antici-
miss something
But
important that
I'm just
lands.
going to the discipline part, which is that, you know, if you receive something from somebody that's town business, you have to go through the process of saying, please note that all Board of Selectmen related comment stuff should be sent to this email.
yeah, I had a period of transition when I was like, thanks, use this email using forward for town business,
And then
this is my
forward that
personal
email to your-
address.
And then
Right.
forward that email to your town email and you're covered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because all you're doing, the only
And reply
risk
from
is,
it.
is if there's a FOIA request or something along those lines, you want to just have that
Exactly.
available.
That's what I'm saying,
So-
so then you can also say you've been doing that.
So in either scenario, you're toggling between 2 different emails, at least.
Yeah.
A personal, or maybe you have more than one personal, and your, whatever you make for your town. Whether it's a Gmail or we go through the town platform.
But your emails are not published on the website.
Right, our personal email.
Your
So
personal-
no one is
any of your
gonna,
emails.
unless you give your email address out,
Correct.
you're not gonna
So
get
then, like-
anything from the public. Direct.
What would I need it like a separate email?
Just so it's not mixed with your personal.
Yeah,
so
just
personal-
To protect
for-
you,
So that's just
to-
my own organization. but
Privacy.
So
not-
what you're doing with
FOIA.
that is you're providing that to the town. This is the email you're
To
addressing.
filter
So when Allison
whatever
is sending you
Allison sends.
material or something, if there's something, like you said, correspondence that we need to send you, it's going to that email address
Okay,
versus
I just
your
wanted to make sure
personal.
it wasn't like,
Well-
here's Lauren's
No, it's more
Woodbridge
like
Gmail on the
for FOIA
website, and then I
reasons.
can't manage, like, I
No,
think it's more
believe
the
me.
management of filtering things and making sure that everybody gets, because people will send something to just one
Correct.
Yeah.
person, and then you want to make sure you're,
Usually you get correspondence from me put into your
That's what I
SharePoint
figured.
OneDrive folder.
yeah.
Or, you know, and sometimes after a meeting, like we hire consultants, we give feedback on projects. We have to email them to Allison and Karen. And so,
I mean, as long as it's not a legal,
It means you need to create a separate email for this. That's it,
okay,
yeah, that's real, or we
That's fair.
assign you an email. And that's
that's
basically
fair.
what
I
it is.
just want to make sure it, like, it's not a published
No,
email. It
it
is
is not.
something that I'll be using just for my own management of
Yes.
the workflow,
And it
Correct. You're-
will,
yes.
and Allison will be communicating.
Yeah.
Although I think, Lauren, you could anticipate somebody wants to reach you, send you something formally as a selectman, and you may have to give them your email.
but you
Sure.
would give them the Woodbridge
The
email.
the business, the
Yeah.
Board of Selectmen.
The
email.
Board of Selectmen
So there will be
email that then
occasion-
Yeah.
Allison would send
and
that.
that's better for for you because your personal life is one.
Yeah, no,
step
I don't want
removed.
any of it in my
Yeah.
personal account. I'm just
Yeah.
saying between having a town account
Yeah.
and having that, there's really, I wanted to figure out the distinction between the two, because I saw it on the agenda and I kind of thought through, and I work in an industry where our emails are very heavily monitored and managed, and you know, we have a lot of legal responsibility for what is in our emails. So I just want to make sure that however it's being parsed out, I can do what I need to do for my responsibility to the town. That's all.
If you create two separate buckets, basically what you use for personal or work, and then whether it's like a town issued one, a Gmail separate for your town business, that's going to make it just easier for you to organize yourself. In terms of like how it doesn't really make a difference. If someone wants to ask for, hey, I want any emails that you have related to XYZ that's related to your town role, whether those emails are sent in your personal account or this one that you use for your town business, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Now, FOIA requests do not stray into things that aren't responsive, things that aren't part of your public role. So if there was some sort of request, I mean, this is why I talk about FOIA, because this is where I see it most often. In the email context, we do all our communications, we send everything by email. So FOIA requests, when someone is looking for a record, it really most of the time boils down to emails. And having a separate bucket for you to then search into instead of having to parse out your thousands of emails just makes it easier.
But then, like, the security of those material, like of that email account, is my responsibility because it'll be.
Yeah, I mean, you
Gmail.
just can't. I mean, you should maintain those. You shouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As opposed to the town email, which would be the security of that
It's-
email would be managed by the town. Okay.
Correct. Any thoughts on what you would prefer?
I'm indifferent. I think that, you know.
So, no, I'm fine. The only thing that this raises is, so a lot of computers have automatic deletion periods. Do we have to somehow set something up differently, or is if it's in the ordinary course, we're
Oh,
okay?
Gmail will keep your emails
Forever and always.
This is why
Even if you put it in
I'm
delete.
98%.
Never let your emails.
Even if you put
Okay,
it
so
in
even if
delete?
you put it in delete, you were okay?
Yeah, your
I'm
Apple
just
app
asking.
will auto
No,
delete,
it's
but Gmail will
it's
keep
a
it
fair
forever, yeah.
question.
I'm just trying to,
No, it makes sense, but
That's a
great guess.
lawyer. That's someone with a lawyer.
I don't want to go oops at the wrong time.
Steve,
Okay.
do you have a preference?
I don't actually, and you know, I voted in support of it last time because one of our fellow Board of Selectmen members felt strongly about it, and given that, I was happy to support it to make it go through. But otherwise, I don't feel a need for it, and given the changing costs
Yeah.
and a potential concern for what it means going forward, you know, if there's a future Board of Selectmen that needs to do it, and then do people keep their emails or how? Whether
That was a
that's
question I
retired.
had. I'm sure they expire, like,
That's what I wondered. So,
They
but
go-
then
go
what
into
if
a
we go
different- they
back
can't-
into
they can't-
service years later and then we have a different one?
those were the concerns that I was having. So,
Yeah.
you know,
And it-
given that no one else feels strongly to,
I should have
it at
mentioned
this
that as
point,
one of the comments.
That was
Yeah.
Because-
So that's, well,
As we progress, you do have to maintain the record. So from a server save standpoint, they have to stay
yeah.
there, so.
Well, the one thing I will say is $2,000 is not chump change. It
Great.
may not go very far towards a fire truck or through other things
Yeah,
that we
it's
need
not
to do, but we really need to be
For
trying to
something
find
that's-
savings
yeah.
for everything we can. So I'm
Understood.
happy to come up with another Gmail.
So is everyone in
If somebody
agreement
else-
that we will not use town
We can do it
emails
before
and we will use specified personal emails for purposes of Board of Selectmen business for our emails?
Yes.
Did all I'll make a motion that we do that. Is there a second? All in favor? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is to confirm, approve
Saved.
2026 meeting dates. And everyone, do you have a copy of that?
No, I got a hard copy,
Okay, you do have it, so.
fortunately.
So is there a
the second
motion, is
Wednesday
there
of
any,
March.
is there a motion for us to approve the dates as published?
So moved.
Second?
second.
Is there any questions or any concerns that we want to talk about there?
No questions. I'll just say I will be on a family vacation for the July 8th meeting. I'll be in Olympic National Park, and I
God,
don't want to zoom in.
My daughters really always wanted to go there, so.
It's for my
Excellent.
mom's 70th.
Allison,
Oh,
if we
that's
can, if there's other members who feel like they're gonna be away for any of these dates, please
Yeah.
make sure we let Allison know so we can note it, to make sure we do have a quorum and don't need to change the date, or depending on what's on the agenda, see
Yeah,
if we do
structure
need
it
to change the
accordingly.
date. Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
When
All right.
I looked at it, I thought there was a possibility, but I was hoping I could show up on a big screen if need be.
there is that opportunity, absolutely.
A possibility of what?
And
Showing-
depending on
Being out of
when,
town,
you'll be
but-
showing up on
Okay.
different
Virtual.
screens.
If everything goes well,
Yeah, but
I
appearing
know, I'm
virtual,
looking forward to that.
participating virtually.
so, yep.
And with
So-
that,
Is there any other questions? No, nobody else has a
No.
question?
We have to vote.
Okay,
no, that was just
calendar.
a ratified vote, you only have to vote if you change any of the meetings.
Oh,
It was more in case,
Okay.
because usually, last time Jerry Shaw did it in December was too, because I had to file the regular meeting dates for the Board of Selectmen by the end of December.
just to make sure we have it, why don't we just?
Go for it, yeah,
Okay,
you can.
So I'll make a motion that I think there's
I
already a
seconded
motion
it.
made.
You made, I
So
second.
we already
Yeah.
did, okay.
We had
so-
discussion.
And all in favor?
Great.
Done. So now we know it. And it's official. That is the last item on the agenda. I'll call for adjournment.
So moved.
Second?
You were fast. No.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.